recording now. So,
Yeah.
who can tell me what happened last time?
I will, because I would like an inspiration.
You're not doing that again, remember?
It doesn't work that way. You got to do something
I
impressive
know,
in game.
I'll try anyway, because I haven't done it in a while.
All right.
Go for
Okay,
it.
so last time, epic heroes were underground. We just wrangled all the kiddoms together, and we're trying to formulate how the best way to get them out would be. That's 2 sessions ago.
Yeah.
Fuck. We were waiting inside a warehouse, and we had arranged a meeting with the Lord himself.
Talonwood.
Yep, Talonwood, that's it. I'm checking my own notes at the same time. So a meeting had been arranged. We just needed to sort of sit on our hands and hope for the best. And the meeting happened. Did it? No. You know what? Fuck it. Somebody else do it. I'm clearly not in a good state to do this. I apologize.
So we started out. We were waiting through the night for Lord Talonwood to appear. The kids were all being fed and warmed by contributions by Glim. Eventually, Glim outside managed to spot some approaching figures, and whilst everybody took up defensible positions, Siren and Balthazar went out to approach the guarded and hooded figure. Upon discovery, it is Lord Talonwood. They invite him back into the warehouse. There's a big discussion. We provide a whole bunch of evidence that his friend is betraying him. He doesn't believe it. We discuss a few things regarding the handyman, and he wants us, I think, to find more on the index keeper. We also give information that his best friend, Lord Alton, I don't remember his name, Alston?
Loreno Alston.
Yeah. Alston is, his sister is also involved in this as well. And he wants us to find information on the index keeper. Then upon his leaving, we promise, or Balthazar promises, that we'll cure his son and to meet us back at our place at the Lofty Lapine. With that said and done, we go and return the kiddos to their appropriate places of home. There's the group in the foot drifts who had nothing go wrong. Then there is Nerl and Sal, who are in the upper town, delivering the 5 kids there.
Nothing went wrong.
Yeah, nothing going wrong. They even were invited into a couple, or at least one home, and offered some delightful hospitality. And then there's Siren and Balthazar and Croven. And we happened upon some guards that were members of the Handyman. They die from unexplained causes, and we hide their bodies. But not until after Siren reanimates them and uses them as a procession, like an honor guard, as they go around delivering children. And then, yeah, we all meet back at the Lofty Lapine.
And you also stuffed them into the bag of holding.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, we hid their bodies in the bag of holding. And then, yeah, we made our way back to the Lofty Lapine with just kind of arriving later than everybody else, pretty much. And then we were going to wait for Talonwood to appear, and I think something else, but I can't recall off the top of my head. But yeah, we were at the Lofty Lapine last time I checked.
Yeah,
I think that's about it.
I think that was about it.
We also
Right.
went to go see who was
yes.
fixing the car.
Annie,
He said that
yeah.
she'll need a few more days to recover.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, you did go to see Fanny. She wanted a day to recover from that whole ordeal of being captured and enslaved for best part of a few days.
Yep.
You will return to the Lofty Lupine, and that's where we find you. So let's see here. Yep, you will return to the. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, you find yourselves coming to from a long night's rest, well deserved. You find yourselves in the diplomatic suite of the Lofty Lupine. It's fairly spacious and roomy. You now also have 3 additional guests in the form of Glim, Crovin, and Kane. We're now also coming to. So, what are your plans? Do you come as you come to midday?
Oh right, yeah, we slept late, didn't we?
Yeah, you.
I mean, we had basically stayed awake for the last
long
while.
You came to about 10 o'clock. You went and you went and visited visited Fanny. Then you came back and met everyone back at the Lofty Lupine.
Yeah. We're basically just sitting around until Talon shows up, right?
I think so. Yeah.
You choose to.
I mean, we can't. We said to meet him here, and yeah, it might be a bad idea to go wandering. We know what we need to do, so fuck it, cards.
To say that, Kane sort of pipes up. He says, "Oh, there you are. Well, I've got a question. Since I'm inevitably going to be working with you lot, probably going to get into some dangerous situations. Can I get something else to wear?" And he kind of gestures to his rags, his kind of ragged waistcoat. He kind of also gestures to his kind of rusted knife. I've also got a handout for Kane as well.
That would be a Balthazar question, so Velen was going to look to Balthazar expectantly. See, curious how he's going to. He's got the old black eye, he is.
Oh yeah, he got fucking decked in the cab. and he's smug. Oh, I love the smug.
All the smug.
Yeah, it's a rough around the edges kind of young-looking teenager, but you probably judge him to be about 16, 17.
Sao just sort of waves a finger around and just says, you know, he has a point.
Well, wasn't he going to be sitting here and helping Glim with the operations? Or was that something else that I was thinking of?
I mean, if you want him to walk around in ragged clothes all the time, then sure, but I am pretty sure Balthazar would agree when I say best equip all in your troop as best as you can, right?
Saren looks to Balthazar with like a small smile, just to wait to see what his response is.
Yes, that is quite true. I say we do. Even if we have to spend some money, I suppose it is better that he has anything other than rags to wear.
And this, to be quite frank, and he kind of holds up his his knife. I prefer a bow and arrow.
Well,
I can go shopping for clothes and bows and arrows and stuff if you want.
I feel like
That
we've
is a
come
fantastic
across.
idea.
I feel like we've come across bows and arrows before. I don't know. If
No,
we
no,
can
if
look
we
at
have any inventory.
I don't think we kept any of them.
the-
I mean, sadly, I'd have my own, but they got taken when I got captured.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you prefer just standard bow and arrow, or perhaps would you like to try out a crossbow?
Well, I'm more familiar with a longbow, to be honest.
Of course, an Englishman is familiar with a longbow. That was out of character. So ignore that.
Yeah, out of character. I don't think he can carry or use a longbow. It had to be shrunk for his size.
Well,
So I was making it a short bow.
Well, it was more
No,
speaking.
he's
I suppose
16,
speaking in terms
17.
of mechanics. My bad.
I know, I was just teasing. So,
well, I could stretch my legs a bit. So, seeing as both Balthazar and Siren probably needs to be here when the Lord gets here, I don't see why we would have to.
Yeah. I don't mean to impose, but this, and he kind of holds up he holds up the 10 silver that Balthazar gave him. It's not going to cover much.
No, it won't. Not right now, anyway. So, what do you say?
Shall
Wanna
we?
go
Tag along with them? Wanna tag along with me so we can get you some proper gear?
I think I'd like that. Yeah.
And with that, I was gonna stand up and sort of, leisurely walk to the door and just sort of look to the boy.
Yeah.
Or
He follows along.
you need some
So
company, so...
Neil, seeing as she offered to take him shopping first.
well, never mind, I'll rescind my statement. As long as somebody's going with her, it's not a huge hassle.
Yeah, they kind of don't need me for stuff like this, so I'll tag along.
At this point, Crowin actually pipes up as well. Perhaps one more as well. I would prefer to also get out of these. Well, I wouldn't call these robes, more rags. I'm a high-class taste person myself.
Alright, does anyone else need to go shopping?
Nope, good.
no, I'm quite content. Have fun. Be careful. Watch out for guys with guns.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
You're not the only one armed to the teeth.
Well then,
Question.
shall we?
All right then. You all begin to head out into the street, and Scroven kind of follows you out. He says, "Just be wary. I have expensive tastes."
You think you have expensive tastes. You haven't seen Balthazar go shopping yet.
Oh, I would very much like to see that.
And all I can say to that is his codpiece probably cost more than his entire outfit. That's what you need to know about Balthazar's expensive tastes.
Wasn't
That
it
That is
gold or
not
something?
true. I have a jacket that is worth just as much.
My point exactly.
You know, this Siren, she may have threatened my life, but I feel like I'm going to get along very well with Balthazar.
Balthazar's the easier one. Just don't try to take his stuff or, you know.
Or damage his stuff, or undermine his stuff. Just leave his stuff alone.
Uh, he and I seem to have different tastes. Expensive, yes, but different. I wouldn't want to take his stuff even if I was forced to. And with
Good.
that, you lot head out into the street.
Quick question, Janer.
Yes.
What is the weather like?
The weather is gradually clearing. You can see parting of the clouds where the sunshine is shining through. Familiar
That's
to
all
the...
I need to know. I'm gonna
Okay.
start setting up shop on the balcony.
Okay then.
The
I can
balcony
actually
is
do some
not that-
crafting.
God damn it.
It's familiar to the kind of sunshine you previously experienced in the kind of boathouse slash warehouse you were previously stuck inside.
Yeah, not anymore, bitch. Well, I will do that whenever they're done with shopping time. Or
Sable, I'm just gonna say it like this. I don't think the balcony is that big.
It's
whatever.
not.
Well, how big is it?
It's about let's see. It would be around 6 foot in diameter, kind of like a semicircle.
That would be a tight fit. Though honestly, I could do half of it in the bedroom. I only need the sun part bit out with. I only need the main strut out on the balcony. I can do the rest of the forging inside.
Hang on, there's something going on with.
I'll
Siren's
figure that
stuff.
out when my turn comes around. But let's focus back on the main group. I just wanted to be sure
Oh,
if I could.
okay. I need to log in. Fucking.
Oh no.
Give me a moment. Okay, so what are the rest of you guys doing inside the Lofty Lapine?
We're playing cards. No.
Cards
Like-
between two people who know each other pretty well already.
Yeah, we just do dares.
Nothing but that. I dare you to murder somebody.
She motions to the bag of holding again. Like what?
Yes! Yes!
I don't need your murder boner following me around, Balthazar. No. We're. I think Siren is just going to kind of like meditate some over her book and the new development of her
Okay.
like the darkness that is now crept up to her shoulders.
Kind of open some of the pages. One thing you notice as you open up the very start of the book, some of the pages are not inky blackness, but rather plain parchment.
Is there? It's just blank parchment.
Blank parchment.
Huh. Interesting. Siren is definitely going to kind of delve into that one and possibly see like if she gets a sense for what this might mean kind of with
I'll
a
say just make an Arcana check.
I should probably pull up my character sheet. Thought I had it up, but apparently I didn't.
Is sound playing for any of you?
Nope. Wait. No, I hear fire.
Yeah,
Okay, that's unusual. Give me a moment. I'll
I mean, I dig it. I mean, I'm in a silent room, so
yeah.
but I dig the crackle of fire. Arcana check, right? And boop. 1 to 3.
23. As you kind of pour through the rest of the pages, the other black pages, you can see the kind of glistening silver engravings on the outside. Kind of catches your eye a little bit as you continue kind of flicking over the pages. It's strange. As you kind of hold your arm up to the black pages, identical black. Perhaps this is where the ink from those first few pages went.
Interesting. Well then, Siren is very enthused. She was not anticipating such a, I guess, a quick progression, or I guess such a large change within it.
This is only the first few pages. The vast majority of the rest of the book is the vast majority of the rest of the book's pages are completely ink black.
Of course, it's just this is big. Like she, up until now, has really just grown used to the fact that it was covering her hands. All right. So Siren's just going to peruse over, see if she can make any headway with the book itself and what might be within it.
Okay. So 23, we'll come back to that. Nero and Balthazar, do you want to do anything, or shall we hop outside to join the rest?
Wasn't Nero trying to take fucking what's his name, Kane, to go get?
Yes.
gear?
Okay, Balthazar, is there anything you would like to do while you're still here?
Did Siren go into another room to do the shit with her book?
Did you?
Nope. She would have
Nope.
just been like on the bed.
Leisurely reading.
Leisurely reading. Oh, well, that's kind of impressive. I'm just kind of gonna do like an eye flick thing to the book to you, and just like, okay. And I'll take the time to pull out the tablet and do some attempted reading of my own.
Okay then.
And this is okay, yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking Siren probably dressed down a bit. So
And Balthazar's gonna get a below 10.
Yeah, make an intelligence check, Bal. No, Arcana check. My bad. Keep it consistent.
Oh, definitely below 10.
net 20.
16.
Oh wow. With my -1.
Okay. So,
That
kind of
Dumb
looking
fucker hours.
over this tablet, what you can see, I'll bring up so the rest can see. So, this does seem to be some kind of some kind of coded message. It's you gather that the crosshatches, two crosshatches, the kind of the hash and what looks like a swirl. You gather this may be some kind of translation method, but that's about all you can muster with your perusing of this tablet.
I'm gonna have to dedicate a lot more time to this.
It's you can't make out much because you've only got one half of the tablet.
Yeah, I gotta get the other half of that goddamn tablet.
Okay.
Having trouble there, Balthazar?
It's just-
I understand only some of it. I could understand all of it if I had the other half.
Well, we're heading towards where the other half is. Eventually, once the card is fixed. So patience.
Okay, we head back out to the others. So to make things brief here, because no one likes like a shopping episode. What would you like to buy?
That depends entirely on what Kane wants.
Okay, so Kane kind of pipes up. Well, I think before it all got taken away, I had a set of studded leather quiver, about 50 or so arrows, and a longbow. Kind of, it was customized and shaped for me. Well, there's a long story behind that bow, but I won't get into it now.
Okay then.
Also, if you don't mind,
and quiver.
if you don't mind, I'd also like a cloak just to keep yourself warm.
Those are pretty easy to come by.
Yeah, you know, I'm easy to please. I ain't got much. I ain't got expensive taste like my friend here. Kind of gestures to Crovin.
Okay, Groven, then what do you want?
Well, I don't expect you to understand my taste, but if you would please, I would very much like some gold just to acquire my own things.
How much gold are we talking?
Let me see here. He kind of does a few calculations.
Ooh, literal calculations are being done.
Well, if you have, say, 15 gold to spare.
That's honestly not that expensive.
Kind of face.
Regular clothes and shit, yeah.
Okay.
Wonderful. And he eagerly snatches up the gold. And he says, I will meet you all back at the Lofty Lepine. If you don't mind, I will tend to my own needs.
Okay. Just remember Balthazar's warning if you run.
I am hyper aware of that right now. And he kind of hurries off in one direction, little bit nervous.
Okay.
So I was just mildly shaking her head a bit.
Okay.
What?
Nothing, just Willem asking me to bring him some steel.
Did you tell him we're not bringing him a cart full of it?
If I could get enough steel for a cart, then I would gladly bring it to him, but I don't think the Lofty Lepine would appreciate it.
No. Be fine to see their faces though when we tried.
Would be funny.
Well, while he goes out, let's go, yeah. It's cold here, I don't like it. Let's, go get Kane his, gear.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll say
I'll-
make
Off his steel.
make a I'll say make an investigation check.
What does technically be considered treasure?
No, I wouldn't.
Damn it. Investigation.
So
Okay.
either what? Oh shit. Okay.
Natural 20.
Well, fucking id character going to work.
17, but
Okay.
natural 20.
So you do find very easily, Soyun, a place called two places rather. You find a place called the Snapped String. You also find a which is a fletchery of sorts. You also find a place called Braces and Bootstraps, which is a leatherworker / tannery.
Maybe we'll go to the leatherworker first.
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of you enter the braces and bootstraps. You find a kind of very stout, kind of roundish looking dwarven individual. Looks like great big long kind of scrappy looking beard. You can see what look like small kind of leaves and branches kind of poking out of the beard in places. Kind of balding head looks just incredibly kind of grimy and dirty. Looks like he's also tanning some hides just open there in the shop. The smell is awful, but probably to be expected for a tannery.
Yep.
So I will say, to keep it brief here, the price of you have the type of leather armor here is padded. You've got your standard leather, and you've also got your studded leather.
Ah, studded. That's exactly what we need.
Okay, so that would be 45 gold pieces.
Hold up a
Do
moment.
you
I'm
want
gonna
that
double
or?
check.
Would you like to buy it, or would you want to go search elsewhere?
I just needed to double check the price
All right.
because I remembered something entirely different. I thought it was like 30 gold.
Well, this would be like a appraisal. This would be like a general intelligence check.
Yeah. No, it's just that I remembered something entirely different from when I was reading the player's handbook at one point, but
45
Yeah.
gold for studded.
yeah, I just had to double check. Sao gives Kane a look and just sort of eyes his height and size rather quickly and just sorts of, yeah, we could probably fit in that.
Okay.
And she buys him the armor.
Okay. So just mark off 45 gold pieces. That boosts his. That would boost his armor class to 16.
Or
Oh
boost it to
wow, he's
95.
extremely dexterous.
So I have marked up the gold.
Yeah, this is essentially kind of like outfitting your followers with good gear, as in true RPG fashion.
Yep.
And just for the sake of brevity, we can jump to the next shop.
Okay.
Well, I will buy the bow.
Okay, let's see. That would be 50 gold.
50. Okay,
Okay. So you purchase
I'll mark it down.
you purchase him this kind of very finely polished kind of ebonwood bow. It's got good kind of elasticity to it. It's a bit larger than what we'd expect, but well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how he manages to wield it. Okay, so by this time, you
Begin flow of mahogany.
yes.
lucky for you, a bundle of 20 arrows is only 1 gold.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
How many arrows would you like to give him?
So bundle 20.
Yeah.
I'll get him 2 bundles.
Okay,
That's 40. That seems to be a good starting place.
nice. So 40 arrows.
If this was Baldur's Gate, I would have gotten him access of like 500. But yeah.
See if you can find him a magic quiver, whatever the fuck those are called. Get the name of that item.
Quiver of infinite arrows. I think that's what it's called.
Well, I don't know about that. There's just like a something quiver that I don't know. I'd have to check the DMG. Sorry, continue.
I'm probably thinking of something else. Did you want to buy anything else while you're out here? You've got some time. It's gone. By the time you've both kind of sorted Kane out with his armor and his bow, probably gone around 2 o'clock.
Oh right, we need to find a smith or weapon shop for a new dagger.
Oh
Yep.
yeah. Oh wait, no.
I
Don't
was
need
gonna
to.
say,
I
yeah,
have a
you
dagger
can
that I never used.
Oh, okay.
I mean, fair enough.
So
Anyway,
I'll just leave that.
I
Okay.
still need
We
to.
also have a smithing slave, just so you know.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah, imagine getting a better one for less.
But
He
yeah,
was
I
talking
still
about
need to
you.
buy like 5 golds worth of steel for vellum.
Okay.
So I just
Kindly.
can we, for the sake of brevity, again, just check off that.
Okay. I'll say first. Well, you rolled a natural 20, so yeah, you do manage to also find a blacksmith. It's called by Hammer in Hand. And you
Fascinating.
sorry, what would you want? What did you want to buy?
5 golds worth of steel, so nothing, too large of a quantity.
Okay.
I can pay for 3 of it.
I'm good. This is between Vellum and Sao, so
All right. So just mark off 5 gold, and add 5 gold's worth of steel in your inventory, I guess. Not sure what the correct wording for that, but
yeah, I have a list of materials, so
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it'll be changing hands soon enough, so don't worry about it.
okay.
I know what's coming.
Right.
and I do think that was that.
Okay. Nirul, do you want to buy anything while you're out?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. So you all gather yourselves. You gather up Kane, who he's kind of he's managed to find like the kind of back alley to sort of put on the studded armor, kind of hooks the longbow over his shoulders, and he looks like a true adventurer now.
Just make sure you don't get shot in the knee.
I will give you disadvantage on all your saves.
Go to the corner.
Aww.
Okay, so you all begin to kind of meet one by one back at the lofty Lapine.
The lofty Lapine.
Along with Kane.
So while they're out, you said they were out for like a few hours, right?
About a couple of hours. It's gone 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I would like to do some smithery, if I
Okay.
may. The way I'm setting it up is like the main apparatus will be on the balcony, but Velen will be inside the room doing the work. If that makes any sense. Like just dipping.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
He'll move some furniture around, I'm sure, so
Yeah.
nothing catches fire. But
Thankfully,
he will be doing it in the
because you are the window is open to the balcony. There is a bit of sunshine which kind of douses the entire kind of, it looks like kind of north facing wall of this entire tavern.
All right, then let me just get the right thing, and I will do a roll because I'm going to work on Balthazar's armor a bit. Just double check his Constitution. Should be Constitution for plate. Once the thing loads, there we go. Yep. Yep, it's Constitution. So. That's
So does that progress at any?
Yep, that's progressing nicely.
Yeah. You watch this Siren and Balthazar. You kind of watch as there's Velem's out on the balcony here. You can see this single kind of this single sliver of sunlight kind of beam down from above, kind of bathing the entirety of this this kind of plate armor that Velem's gradually kind of on and off been working on over the past month or so.
I like to think they're relaxing in the other room, and then you just hear the sound of moving furniture, and then tink, tink, tink.
Yeah. And with each swing of his hammer, there's this kind of there's this shining kind of not like a metallic clunk, more like a shining kind of shimmering reverberating sound that kind of echoes throughout the entirety of the diplomatic suite here.
Yeah, not to put too fine a point on it, but since it's just refitting, it's like getting the bits that need to be softened and then softening them into shape, sort of thing.
You can see kind of golden sparks kind of coming off of the armor, with each hammerful.
And now I'll be doing that because that takes 4 hours to do a regular roll, and
Yep.
so I'll be waiting until everyone else gets back. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah. So that'll be like 2 hours after everyone gets back.
2 hours after everyone's when everyone gets back, assuming it's within the 2 hours, then they'll just see Velen, having moved a bunch of shit around and is working away.
And that's what the rest of you see as you kind of you enter into the foyer of the suite. Kane just kind of looks around peculiarly in his kind of brand spanking new kind of studded leather.
Looking mighty fine, should I say.
Spiffy.
He fills out quite nicely.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Feels like an old skin.
I suppose it technically is now, isn't it?
Well, pun not intended.
Balthazar just kind of pivots to the two.
And how much did you spend on this?
Let's see, so I spent 15. Then, I don't know.
Around 70 gold.
Kind of pinches his
weakness.
brow, and Nero just says, "I don't know." Then shifts his attention to Salyam.
Alright, 70 gold.
Consider
Did
it.
you haggle? Did you try and get a better price? Did you just pay the face value?
Sao just looks at Balthazar with this sort of look until he realizes that what she normally does is not haggle.
Rip.
Yeah, but we also have the other charisma character with her.
Shame about that. Seems like she was distracted.
You try and get an orc to haggle, I fucking dare you.
Yeah, look at Nero being there.
So you paid full price for everything with the market markups.
Call it an investment.
I prefer to think of it as a waste of your money. But Spend it how you wish.
Sal just rolls her eyes at him.
So, has Talonwood shown up while we were gone, or is we still waiting for him?
Yes,
We
still
are
waiting.
waiting for now.
Want to play some cards while we wait?
And at that
You
moment,
love cards,
at that
don't
moment, you watch Crovey kind of stroll in. And you can see he's wearing a very nicely kind of embroidered turquoise-looking robe with like golden kind of stitches in the edges. And it kind of flows like silk almost. And he kind of breathes a sigh of relief as he says, "Ah, much better."
What was that, Croven? I couldn't hear how loud that outfit is.
I'll be back.
Oh
Gonna
no.
head over to where I have my little belongings, and I'm gonna get the 100 gold pimp coat, and I'm gonna flex a little. I'll put that on and sit down.
Siren's just gonna shake
Back.
her head. Sick.
Crovin just goes wide-eyed. And he
Back.
says,
With the deck of cards.
I misjudged your character, Balthazar. I must admit I'm impressed.
Told you. You
I
think
like
you have
people who
expensive
dress
taste?
nicely. I've a
Well-
god piece worth as much, a golden hand statue, and
Taps his horns.
a lovely set of bangles, courtesy of Vellum.
Crovin kind of holds out his hand to you. I feel we're going to get along very nicely.
Yes, well, you know what they say, gold greases hands. But not too much to slip out a pair of cards, eh?
I thought Grease and
And Sal just looks from Croven to Balthazar and just goes, "Yeah, that's about what, 50 gold?"
Well, twice the price of this robe. I'll have to seek out your custom tailor.
I haggled this down to 100. Will have you know.
Was it cards you said?
Yes, cards.
I think I'll skip. I have an idea I want to try and figure out.
Very well. You do not have to stay here if you do not wish to.
No, I'll just be over on the bed.
Oh,
Most of my
yes, I
stuff-
see.
Most of my stuff is usually just theory work until I can get the materials.
Kind of glances over to Nero.
don't give me that look.
You- Oh, fine. Now, yeah, fine. I won't look at you and invite you to a game of cards. You do not have to play with my cards.
No, you would just give me an odd look after she said she was going to her bed.
Yes, sorry, it's only instinct. Whenever somebody goes to bed, I'm used to you following them in.
Oh, the sick burn.
Crovin kind of looks at you peculiarly. Is this something I should be worried about if I'm going to
No,
start working with you a lot?
no,
Mildly, yes.
no, you won't have to worry about it.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
So cards.
Cards!
I'd like to
That's
see how.
how I hear. Tink, 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 tink.
I think I'll.
You want me to draw your hand for you?
No, I was asking if that was
Hello?
Sal coming in.
Okay.
Yes, that was me, and I do have your steel.
Cheers, I'm in here working right now.
I did not know you would need steel to fix gold armor.
It's for later.
I'm joking.
Couldn't tell. Tink, 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 tink.
No cards?
Okay.
I think I'll stay out for the first couple of rounds, see how it plays out.
So, which rules are we playing with? Questions or the truth or dare? And if we do truth or dare, I'm imposing it has to be legal dares.
Ooh, so smart of you to set that now.
Well, I didn't expect you to ask me to murder somebody with worms.
It's not murder. It is blackguard acquisitions.
An eye of hers visibly twitches.
Relax. We'll just go ahead and play some cards.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Balthazar begins dealing out the deck to who's in.
I think it's the original 3 of the Black Hand.
Oh, okay.
No, Siren's not joining in.
Vellum is still 2 hours into smithing, so he can't join.
Oh.
Yeah, Siren's
And Sal
more
is
focused on the
doing
book.
artificer things. Proven said he was
So is it
watching.
just the two?
Looks like it's just the two, yeah.
Alright, yeah, because there's no Gronka. Oh,
There's no
I'm sad,
Gronka.
I'm sad now.
Yeah. Grunker's just kind of busy in his kind of self-made hammock above in the rafters, just kind of swinging side to side. Here.
He had another one of those potions.
You know, I still do have one of those potions of randomness.
Nice.
Okay. So, that'll be Balthazar and Nerul. Okay, 3.
Yep.
It's not as fun when there's just 2 of us, but
3,
very well.
1. Roll.
Now,
Fuck
are
it.
we rolling nat
He still
20s?
wins because of the fucking
When?
modifier.
No, here's the question.
Rolled it at 20's one before.
True.
Yeah, true.
enough.
I also gave on that.
I think.
I want to know if we do a nat 20s once.
I think. I think natural 20s. Would be. I mean, you got to reward natural 20s at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we
definitely
made it the
agree.
rule of the cards.
Nero has persuaded
Mhm.
Balthazar to lose. Yay!
Okay, Nerul, what's your
Looks
question?
like you win.
Oh dear.
Okay then. The question. I actually didn't expect to win, so I'll start off with something relatively basic. Does your hoof still hurt?
No, thankfully it does not hurt. Not as badly, it has taken some time, but the damaged part of it has grown out.
Glad to hear.
As am I.
Let's hope it doesn't get shot again. Or fall through a bridge.
Another bridge, or fall off a cliff, or be impaled by a giant sea creature's toothy maw. Yes, I agree.
Anywho, next round?
Very well.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, roll.
acrobatics.
Neil just does a backflip in place.
But still a 19, so you still win.
I'm cute. Let me win.
Okay. So, I asked when you met your little friend, but what were the circumstances of the meeting?
Are you asking me how I met my patron?
Yes.
I see.
Krovin is,
Well.
is intently listening.
It's kind of looking nod to Kroven a little bit. Yeah, okay.
I had been with the Black Hand for a couple of years at most. I had been studying underneath our leader there for a while, but I decided I need more magics. Siren, being Siren, offered to help me. She showed me a way to learn more. But each ritual, it takes on a piece of you. Where she draws her magic was a very different place than where I did. So she told me a ritual, I filled in the rest, and from there, I met a bundle of chains.
I see. Though I do know where your magic comes from. Anywho, next round, if there's nothing more to tell.
Very well. I have to say you're doing quite well.
It's just really a game of luck, isn't it?
I suppose.
There's the
Alright.
only
Again, I
guy
can
in our
back-
party
back-
with fucking proficiency in, cards.
3, 2, 1, roll.
No.
Why are you rolling stealth?
Because they're all the same modifier and I can just... Anywho, you won.
Eat. Look to Nerl.
I see, so we are slowly increasing intensity of questions. It has been a short while since we've all sort of adventured together.
Gonna look over into the next room and see if Sao Yun is even in line of sight.
Not really. And even if she was busy with her notebook and some erudite apparently.
Plus, there's the rapid sounds of tinking going on.
I figured. So Balthazar will lean in and speak a little bit softly.
It has only been a few months. Why would you want to seal yourself for life with someone you've known such a short time and know so little about?
Well, to be honest, dying kind of put a rush onto my plans. I had planned to get to know her more, but seeing as in our line of work, as you very well know, dying is a very high probability of happening and sticking. I don't want to live with any regrets. But if it doesn't work out, then at least I can say I tried.
You worried of that being the biggest regret of all? What if you find someone you get along with a lot better, and now you're stuck with this person you never got the chance to know?
Hmm. Yeah, well, if that happens, well, I'll see what I'll do when that happens, if it ever happens.
Skepticism. Big think. Okay.
Mild questioning.
Very well. I'll feel free to just let you lead your life.
Thank you,
You
and
do
I
not wish to be a child anymore, and live it as you will.
do appreciate the concern.
Now, perhaps there's something more interesting to do rather than just a game of cards.
What do you have in mind?
Shame, I was about to join in.
I look at everybody else doing other things.
Thinking.
It just doesn't feel right to just be two people playing, you know? It almost feels rude.
True. A little bit. It's just I
Yeah.
kind of don't have anything better to do at the moment.
That's my way of saying we're taking up some time that could be group activities.
Honestly, I can do the fucking tinkering thing a bit later on, but I just thought I'd had an opportunity to get it started.
Okay.
Mhm.
So Yoon, what exactly are you working on? So you kind of holstered up in your room,
I'm
doing
actually
what?
just trying to figure out what kind of things I can make with erudite,
Okay.
i.e., magic item crafting, the thing I can do.
Also, just make a general arcana check for me, real quick. Oh, 20. So this is the refined erudite, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of closely take a look at this. Again, it looks egg-shaped almost, though it's not an actual egg. You do know that for sure. Kind of rounded at the tips. You kind of closely examine it. You can see where it's been chiseled into shape, but you can see faint runic symbols around the edges of either end. It's unusual. This is a very unique kind of enchantment that seems very specific to this type of material. You gather that from what you can see, it has some kind of property when exposed to caustic material, or at least that's what you can gather from from the certain inscriptions around the top end here. So something to do with materials that can dissolve things.
By the way, Jenner, do let me know when I'm done thinking.
Okay.
I'll probably have to do some more tinkering with this later on. But yeah. Since
Okay.
I've done that now, I think Sao is gonna wander over to the card game. She's just sort of scratching her head a bit.
Oh, hello,
I'm not
Sal.
really, I'm not really getting anywhere with my ideas, for now at least. But, I could use a break.
Well, there's always room at the card game.
Well, who deals the hand?
I can.
Alright. Shall we?
We shall.
And she sort of looks to Croven.
Don't mind if I do. He kind of sits down with the rest of you. Okay. Do you,
So we seem to just be doing the basic question one instead of the legal truth or dare.
Yeah.
Okay. So Soyun begins dealing out the cards. Alright. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Roll.
A formidable foe, but not enough for Balthazar.
Aha. Balthazar wins.
Having a full +10 helps.
It does.
It does.
Ooh, so close. Alright then. Hey, questions. Roven,
Yes?
what got you into Golomancy?
Oh, let's see here. He thinks as I bring up my notes. Well, you see, the imps are very diligent in their Golomancy, and incredibly innovative. Even the older works, you see, they are artificially constructed of the artificially constructed ley lines of energy that I often find in their golems around the stone, are specifically optimized to both power their receiver cores and the data arcanum centers of the artificial brain, as it were. It's all very fascinating stuff. The entire gyroscopic mechanisms in the lower torso is also absolutely fascinating. I admit, by the time you found me, it took me weeks to get them to function correctly. But it's to all specifications of the older impish Golomancy models. But that's what got me interested in Golomancy. I just looking at the impish culture of such.
Aha. Okay. That is very interesting to hear. Cultures.
You didn't
Well, the
understand. a
master
single
shit
thing
just went
you
over
just
his
said.
head.
You fucking gotta.
Oh, I
We
understood
gotta
about
weeb.
half of it.
We gotta fucking
Yeah, weeb a
imp
golem.
weeaboo.
Impaboo.
Ah, yes, the things that I definitely understand.
Yes. And if anyone says otherwise, they are a liar and dead.
I mean,
Shh.
next round. Seeing as I've been
Yes.
rudely just.
Okay.
Would I be done by now, Jaina? Or a little bit longer?
It's
I
been
just don't
about-
want to miss out on all the card game.
I'll say. The card been gone for about an hour right now. You've got an hour left before you're done,
Sure thing.
because this takes a while.
Oh yeah, sure, for sure. I'm just not uncertain of how the time scaling is with cards. It's always
Yeah.
We can say another card
Anomaly.
game, then you're done.
All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1, roll.
Like Nero.
So, Yoon, I've
Hmm.
been thinking recently, and I want to ask you for a straight up answer. Why did you say yes? And her thumbs like twirl around themselves nervously.
Sao looks at Nero with a sort of not puzzled look, but more of a curious look before looking up into the ceiling a bit. I think that answer is best said in private.
Well, then I will expect the answer later, in private.
But the answer might surprise even you. Given a sort of sly
It was a
look
bet.
towards Balthazar,
She lost a bet.
because she knows he wants to hear the answer.
Siren perks up, it's like, oh, so can we just put off answering for an undetermined amount of time?
I
If I
mean,
know that about
there's no
if I'd known
rules
that
that
about the
says.
card game, then why even play it?
Sao just looks at her, just going, "Nobody said you couldn't."
That's interesting. That definitely changes the rules of the game if you don't actually have to answer. She just goes back to her book.
As you're kind of going back to your book, Siren, you're kind of continuing to examine these first few pages. You notice one little black speck of ink on the last page before it all turns to just ink black pages. That small little speck onto your arm.
Hmm. Well, all right then. Do I get any sense from do I get any sense from the book itself? Like what it is kind of let's see, I'm trying to think of like a way to do this without like giving stuff away. Do I get a sense of accomplishment? Do I get a sense of
It
like
feels
approval?
it feels it does feel cold, colder than you're used to with your own flesh around around your kind of blackened arms is already cold, but that small sliver is colder than the rest before it gradually kind of evens out into the general coldness of the rest of your arm. There is a small sense of satisfaction in the back of your head, but make an insight check.
Oh shit.
So,
I totally have that. Oh,
You gather that this sense of approval isn't your own.
Siren, upon this realization, kind of nods, closes the book, and just kind of like reattaches it to her hip, and with a small smile comes over to join the card game.
Okay.
and then there was one more.
You notice as
Grunga, you wanna
as
play?
as Siren kind of approaches and sits down, Crovin kind of scoots away from her a little bit.
I mean, that's fine.
He knows to fear.
Yeah.
Okay,
Siren's given
what-
her due. She's okay with that.
Grunga, you want in on the game? Quiet goblin snoring in the background. Okay then.
You watch a tiny little kind of fist-sized white spider kind of dangle down in the middle of the whole game, just watching.
If you move from that spot, spider, I will disintegrate you. Don't you give me that. Hmm.
I'm impressed by Xander Spider Sense.
Anywho, so are we go with that rule? If you don't answer a question, you have to be dead within legal right. This
I thought that was what it was when we were doing Truth or Dare. Or are we doing Truth or Dare? Or are we doing no, we're
I'm
just...
doing questions, but if you opt to not answer the question,
Then
like
it's just
Sal,
truth or dare, isn't it?
you get dead.
Yeah, it's the
Truth or Dare with Truth the default.
forfeit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
roll.
shit. Give me a sec.
Fucking Nero is winning all of it at the moment.
Jesus Christ, Nero. Let someone else have a bloody turn.
No, she's a kobold. She's used to hoarding things.
Mine, all mine.
How's that shiny? That's why.
Shiny. Provin,
Yes?
what did you do before you became a golemmancer?
Well, let's see here. See, well, those who have, I was a mind for hire, as they would say. Those who have sought my assistance are often, shall we say, less than reputable, as far as lore is concerned. Especially when it comes to the bureaucracy of the magical associations. Underground individuals who paid for my expansive mind and my abilities in utilizing the alchemical and magitech resources I'm often provided with as part of my job. Of course, they typically understand that with such an expansive mind comes a certain living requirements for me to do my work, as well as style requirements. And he kind of gestures to his gaudy robe.
Huh. Alright then. Interesting. I may have to seek you out later for alchemical reasons. Anywho, next round?
One of my first jobs in the Black Hand, I presume.
Maybe.
Very well. Cards, come.
Cards.
Cards.
So, 3, 2, 1, roll.
Balthazar has the crit this time. Oh, I'll show you how it's done.
Also, that's 5
Poker
aces.
face. Oh yeah, 4 aces king.
Those look like 5 aces.
Yes.
Okay.
Now. Yes. I won. That brings me to my question. Well,
Tink,
He's not here.
tink, tink,
Tink.
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 are not here, damn it.
I thought we decided
He was
that
here.
after.
Yeah,
The
I was,
next-
I
the
was
last
waiting
hand,
for it,
he'd
but
be-
it
All right, yeah. All right, fair enough.
Oh, right.
So, so,
damn
so,
it.
so by the time
let's
you,
say that I was part of that hand, but I lost anyway because of the fucking crit.
all right,
Okay.
The
I mean,
fuck-
I could wait till next round for that. Let it sink in. a
I'll
little.
up to General. How do you want to roll?
well,
Yeah, 'cause you were
yeah,
here to roll.
I'll keep this brief.
That was me
so,
not paying attention.
So by the time the rest of you have been playing cards, Willem's finished with his blacksmithing. He comes back, lays dutifully this
No,
it's,
not done. It's not done yet.
yeah. It kind of dutifully lays this kind of almost finished set of kind of gaudy ancient dwarven armor on the floor next to everyone.
Just putting it to one side for now, and he just wipes the sweat off his brow. Right, that's me done for now. Hope the weather keeps up, but Belf, I added a little bit of something to this. I think you like it. Right, cards.
Gods.
Gods.
Wait, is he a legal person to ask?
Yeah, Jenner, don't worry about the progress of it. I'll let you know if it's like what state of
Alright.
being it's in. So don't feel like you
Yes,
have to
he
do
is.
extra work. That's all.
Let's just
Okay.
assume he is.
3,
Okay, assuming he is.
2, 1.
No, Bouncer
No, yeah,
still has
wait.
to
he
ask.
had a crit.
I have to ask a question.
Oh, right.
So
Yes.
I'll ask
My
somebody.
bad.
No, it's fine. I'll ask a different question. I'll ask a question over for Siren on this one. I'll actually ask Philip when he's actually here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aaron, I have a question for you.
Oh,
Yes.
Gonna gesture up and down your hand to your shoulder to your arm.
How does that feel? Is it like growing in power?
she just kind of ponders for a moment, like lips pursed as she like taps them with a finger. Yes, suffice it to say, it is a physical manifestation of the more eldritch and arcane. As you know, my source of power is different than most. As such, the results of them are more different than most.
Hmm. It doesn't hurt, though.
No. It's cold, a little bit. But that's to be expected.
Magic can do that.
Mm.
Okay, that answers my question.
Okay then.
New round.
Kind of looks at the arm for a moment.
So, new hands? Or cards? poor choice of words on my part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, deal me in.
Okay.
All right.
3, 2, 1. Roll.
Why are
Fucking
you
Christ.
using stealth?
This 15 was the actual one I clicked too early.
Well, you get to ask your question now.
I told you I'd save it for next round.
Yeah, you did say you'd ask it next, so.
When in combat, when we need a nat 20, nothing. In card games, nat 20 every round.
Let me tell you about roleplay. Bellum, I have a question for you.
Shoot.
It is quite obvious you have an interesting, shall I say, breed to your background. Obviously part Orcish amongst other things.
Mhm.
And I wonder about your culture. Rather, your feeling towards it. How do you feel about an ancient and very specific or tradition like the marriage between our very different companions.
Why do things like this keep popping up?
He sort of leans back a little bit, like he's actually looks like he's genuinely thinking about it with some seriousness. When it comes to marriage, I don't really care how you do it, as long as you do it properly. None of this. I mean, look. At the end of the day, it's up to whoever when they do it and how they do it. But it never sits right with me if it's not. If it's done wrong. I don't know how to word it. Just they gotta care about each other. They gotta know a great deal. And it's gotta be for a long, long time. And you definitely shouldn't. Sorry, Neril, but again, it's your business. Don't let what I think get in the way of it, but you shouldn't do it too quick, because you never know who you end up with until it's been a while. People change over time, or they show you more who they are in the privates. So,
Or they die.
not so much that, but in this sort of profession, I guess it might come up more, but back to your question. I know a great deal about my lineage, as you call it. I know what I've been told, and while it's a nice way of showing it, but it ain't too much of a bother. So yeah, not a clear answer, but I hope it's done enough.
No, that's very interesting. It's nice to have another orc's insight on the tradition. Thank you.
Wouldn't call myself a proper orc, I don't think, but yeah. Another end.
Another hand.
Glim kind of pipes up. He's kind of been hanging in the ceiling, kind of thinking to himself, and he says, I'm gonna go do the lookout thing. See if I can swap Lord Talonwood if he comes by."
Yeah.
Very good. Oh, yes.
Kind of flushes out.
Probably be thinking about diseases, huh?
Okay. Do you want another round?
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
More
3.
cards, more cards.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Roll.
Oh,
Is that
what was
fucking
our
case?
rule for ties again?
I
forget.
think we had them both ask or something. I don't know. I think it only happened once before. So
I
Yeah.
think I'm okay with both asking. Go first, Valentine, as you're new.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, since a lot of these questions have been either dark or depressing, Balf, what's
Yes.
your type? Sorry, did
What'd
you
you
ask
ask?
a question or? Sorry, I must have said it at the same time as these. Anyway, what's your type?
My type.
Yeah, your type. I mean, figuring the sort of bloke you are, who is fine staying in brothels, you obviously got a type. What is it? Something
Well,
Sound just pipes out immediately. Anything to do with gold.
Or females.
that's
anything
very good.
female.
Yes.
type of woman or man. Oh, if that's a thing, but
I don't judge. But, if I had a specific type.
shit,
And
have
they
I
have
asked the hard-hitting
to-
questions by accident?
Yeah, these are the deep, hard-hitting questions indeed.
Yes. Fuck backstory or personal motivations.
they
The
happen
type
to
of
be-
woman I want to fuck is a deep hole. Oh, well,
They-
funnily enough. Shit, I'm getting Balthazar infection. I'm acting like him.
What happened to
Really,
be
no.
belong towards demons?
You know, yeah, I was thinking of a way to describe it without just saying siren, but most of the marks are hit, so yes. Little more gold would be nice.
So like siren, but more gold.
He doesn't like how I accessorize.
I mean, they're nice accessories. The feathers are good, but you know, you could just use a little more, you know, like maybe.
So you'd rather I
Gold
wear more than
rings.
less?
What? No,
Hmm.
more of less.
Yeah,
Accessories.
well,
Oh,
that's
Balthazar,
all.
keep digging. This is fun.
And with one question, I've caused immediate discourse.
Like you could have like a golden little necklace or chain or something a little bit stronger, you know, and you could use that to strangle your enemies. You see, and then maybe like little rings with spikes on them, so then they bleed and they choke. Yeah. Oh, that'd be perfect.
Well,
Well, can you make rings?
Oh. First of all, Siren motions to the gold necklace that she's wearing, like a choker, no pun intended, with like red gems. And then she's like, I don't need to strangle them. You've seen what I can do.
I know, but it's just you don't understand.
So hourglass, busty, but wearing a lot of jewelry.
Murderous intent.
Not always jewelry, but the jewelry should have a.
Stop you,
And
Dad.
yes.
It's making me blush.
Right, alright, well.
You even blush? I don't think I've ever seen you do it.
You've never seen me in a situation where I would need to.
You see, this is what happens when you don't pay attention in the brothel. You're too busy sneaking into other people's sheets to see how your companions are doing.
What?
their
Every
7
time
foot
that
tall
she was
friends.
with, every time she was with the mountain folk, she was in her own separate room.
And that's why you didn't see her blush.
Right, well,
you
guess
see-
that answers my question.
You see Crovin just kind of pinching the bridge of his nose and says,
Yeah, the poor
This-
NPC stuck in this
"This
mess.
is my employment with you lot is going to be interesting."
And you new round? Oh wait, no. We got a tie, so I also get a question.
Yep, go ahead.
Sister,
Hmm.
just why know about mammalian-like creatures? Don't you have back problems?
Why would I have back problems?
Well, as Balsar said, you are quite.
Okay,
out.
deal me out. Deal me out. Crovin just gets up.
It's better than the other topics that have come up.
Much better.
Yes, they are. And Siren, like, bounces.
Yeah, those.
Christ.
Oh, why would these make my back hurt?
Huh. I guess I'll take that as a no.
I mean, it's not much larger than, well, I mean, they are. But most other demonesses are quite similar. Why would we... I mean, they're ours. We're built for them.
Fair. Okay, then new round.
Yep. I only just got in, so yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Roll.
Wow. Oh,
Damn.
it's like it's Balth again. I was going to
Balthazar
say
with
Siren,
his
but then
steel.
fucking with 29.
Yeah, he's rolling really well.
Well, plus 10 and all that.
Which,
Minus
I think...
the time I got an 8.
Yeah, I think, by the way, we'll discuss that later. He
What?
still wins. I was saying, like, I was thinking, because I was... Okay, I'm gonna try to make this quick, because it's about mechanics. I was going through and I was looking through, and there's a specific spot in the book that says you can't add proficiency twice. And I was thinking, and maybe we go back through Xanathar's, and having a proficiency in a tool doesn't allow you to double up on the proficiency. It just allows you to use different skills. Like, it broadens what you can use, what you can add your proficiency to. So,
Oh,
like,
right, yeah. It's
so-
like trying to
Bit-
cook with survival or using a cooking tool.
A bit like.
yeah, or
Is it a bit like Vellum's kind of how he can interchange between using con or
Yeah.
dex with his, or is
Yeah.
that something different?
Normally,
but Balthazar's still one.
yeah, he still won.
Okay, that's good to know.
Learn.
Okay. Okay. Fuck. Need to think of more questions for people. Kraka ain't here.
Gonna get in here, he's sleeping.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be deep backstory depressing stuff.
Just
You know,
Grunk
that's a pretty good one.
Grunk is snoring loudly.
How can
I
something
guess I'll
so...
just.
Yeah.
I guess I'll
Continue.
just go down the line. I mean, if the guys are asking each other, I guess I'll ask the ladies. Sal.
Hmm?
Soyun, you're the lucky one today. I'm going to be very creative and just steal Vellum's question. Now I'm curious. I already know Siren's type. What's yours?
No rule against that.
Slimming her eyes at Balthazar a bit.
What?
My type.
Hey, I just had to answer the question.
I've never actually given that kind of question some thought.
Hmm.
It never really became relevant, should I say, before recently. But I do think I do like the small and cute kind.
I didn't know there was small and cute dogs.
There aren't.
I was gonna
Interesting.
raise an eyebrow at that.
So you just never happened to see another orc while you were in your homeland?
Oh, I saw plenty, but they never really caught my eye, I guess.
Interesting. I'm gonna insight check that. 'Cause that
Awesome,
seems like
Captain
pure
Bullets.
bullshit.
I
Sure.
too
Yeah.
would like to insight.
All right,
Go
make an insight
for
check.
it!
Go on to do that squint, just like the I'm judging you squint.
Yeah, because
Within
puberty,
my culture,
unless
But it seems at least one caught a bullet.
oh shit,
You telling the truth, Soyun?
She is. However, there is something else hiding behind what she's saying.
Subtext.
so roll deception. I mean, like, okay,
It's like lies by mission.
well, I mean, I understand that, but then I'd still be able to tell that she's lying. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's okay.
You can
It's
tell.
like it's not, she's not
y-
lying about what she said, but there is something hidden
Yeah.
behind it. I think is that what
She-
what
yeah.
you're
Yes.
getting at? Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if then why roll insight at all. Like, what would I have had to roll to get that something behind?
You can tell she's sort of bullshitting a bit, but you know, it's not outright lying.
It's a partial truth.
Mhm.
Much like what you say most of the time.
Actually, Siren says a lot of truth. Just people don't like it.
Well, I wouldn't glean any of that because I rolled a 10, so that's all on Siren.
So, new round?
Yep. Certainly interested.
So, just to keep things brief here.
Should we
How many rolls? How many more rounds would you like to go for?
I think one more,
Yeah.
then get on with the plot.
All right.
I was
okay.
just thinking maybe we should get on the plot now.
One more than one.
We do have a powerful leader and a very infected son coming over. We might want to prepare.
Turns out he's been waiting there for the past hour while we've been playing cards.
Waiting outside the door. We haven't heard him knocking.
He's just been standing in the doorway, just watching this all happen. Okay.
One more.
I'm trying
Okay.
to cure my son.
One more roll.
Okay.
Okay. 3,
Alright.
2, 1. Roll.
Wow. That is fucking
Balthazar.
Balthazar again.
Nice.
Oof.
The curse of being good at cards.
The curse of being good. Very well. I will go down the line fairly. Actually, is Kane playing?
He has not.
You
No.
watch it. You watch
Okay,
his.
so-
Which is Kane. He's been kind of stretching his bow, trying to get a feel for it. He's trying
Okay.
he knows how
trying
it
out
hurts.
trying out his
Okay.
new equipment.
Well,
Yep.
I have a question for you.
Yep.
Okay, no response. Fine. Trying to make friendly
Well,
conversation.
I was waiting for the question, pal.
No, it's fine. Alright, so I have noticed you have a very peculiar way of sword fighting.
Yep. I guess.
There's a big kind of smirk as he pauses for a moment.
You just figured out dirty jokes.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, not
What
surprised.
is your
Right.
type?
My type. Sorry, it cut out for me because I got the fan going. What was that?
Yes. Yes, no, I made a brief joke about you being a homosexual and asked you your type.
Oh, right. Well, no to that, firstly.
I know, I remember you paying the whore.
No. Anyway,
I
back to
guess.
the question. That's a
Everyone
whole
okay.
other thing I'm not going to go down.
I mean, you apparently
No
you
wonder
did.
she
You paid
left.
for it.
I didn't. That's you're getting it wrong. But anyway. Right.
I'm teasing you.
Tilts his head back a little bit, looking up. Right. If I had to put a description to it, I like a practical woman. One who can handle herself, know what she's doing. I wouldn't mind a soft side, though. If they were like it all the time, they wouldn't be too reliable. As for figure, I guess, athletic. Someone who takes care of themselves. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I ain't seen a lot of people out here, so everything's all new. So I can't really think of much else besides that. So reliable, good with her hands, athletic, and has a soft side. I don't know. There we go.
That is surprisingly tame.
Yeah, well, like I said, everything's all new out here, so I guess I am tame.
Alright, very well. I
Compared
was
to
hoping
you
for
two,
some big juicy secret.
Well, I mean, nah, that's for another time.
Okay.
Putting a teasing lure down.
So,
Anyway,
so some hours do go by. You eventually finish up this this card game, pushing around 7 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening now. 7, 8. There's no rain nor thunder to kind of for you to dread the thought of going out and having your skin soaked. But a gradual kind of sea fog begins to roll in. The moonlight kind of disperses through the fog, giving the entirety of the outside you can see through the window. The entire city seems to be bathed in this kind of eerie ambient light. You can see as you kind of poke your head out of the balcony to gather up your things for the evening, Vellum, kind of packing them away. You can see Glim kind of push up on top of the roof, keeping a lookout. Though you imagine his vision's probably severely reduced.
Oh, hey Glim. Any luck?
Not yet. Keeping an eye out.
Right, well, careful of the weather. Get myself packed up. Haul all this stuff back inside.
Okay. He nods.
And probably put the furniture back.
Yeah. So
Where is this Talonwood fucker anyway?
So it's right you say that you hear kind of coming see Glim kind of hop come down from the balcony, kind of fly through the window. He says, we got 3 guards coming down the street, escorting 2. I think it might be Talonwood. There's a smaller figure pushing some sort of cart.
The cart probably has his kid in it.
Probably.
I have my
Astute
doubts.
observation.
I have my doubts the kid would be in the cart. It's a bit out in the open and risky.
I wish we were able to get some of that azure powder. But with a day's notice, well, this is the best I can hope for.
Well, if I had remembered that we actually need azure power, I wouldn't have spent the last few handful of hours playing cards. I was trying to actually go out and do something, but
Yeah.
that's just an out of.
That's why
character issue.
Balthazar's like, should we stop and get ready? No, Amaranth, should we stop and get ready? We need to
Could
get
be here any
ready.
minute.
Oh, we can do one more hand. It's the college project fucking mentality.
You kind
Well-
of some of you kind of poke your head out of the window over the balcony. You can see you can indeed see most everyone is kind of cleared off or gone home, packed up for the evening. See kind of 5 figures walking down the street here. Again, it's hard to see in the fog here. Make a perception check. Those of you who would like to keep a lookout.
So 2 people.
Okay, 17.
I'm too busy putting furniture away.
Yep. 17. You can see 3 guards. All 3 appear to have swords and shields. You can see the male humanoid figure is cloaked in a familiar set of leather shawls and hood, and he's walking alongside some
boy.
kind of ornate seated cart. Kind of large back wheels, smaller front wheels. the set of kind of a leather tarp pulled over the top to keep out the cold. You can also see a bunch of furs and blankets within. You can also
So that's
you can also see kind of pushing this small kind of wheeled cart, a small figure just under 3 feet, who's kind of dressed in a similar coat to the human figure.
Interesting. What's in the cart?
With 17 at this distance, you're not quite able to see, but you do see a bunch of like gathered fur pelts.
I see. Okay.
Eventually, they kind of come around to the front. The guards help the taller humanoid figure kind of lift up the cart up the stairs into the lofty Lepine.
Should we go meet them or?
They know what room we're in.
But other than that, let's lay down some. Actually, screw it. He can just be put in that bed. Let's make a comfortable area for the child at least. Well, you're used to moving around furniture.
Yeah, you want me to bring the bed over?
Please.
All right.
Make a strength check. Okay. I would say make a strength check, but it's just a bed.
It's just a bed.
It does take a while getting it into like perfect position, so it's just like.
Yep.
The people downstairs are
Oh,
like,
snap.
what the fuck is going on?
First we heard tinking earlier, now there's squeaking sounds. Okay.
Crovin, kind of looking a little bit worried, kind of goes over to you, Siren. What are we doing about the you know what? And he kind of points to the bag of holding.
I'm holding it on my hip. I don't.
The
If
two
the opportune
individuals that you
time
stuffed in there.
arises. Yes, if the opportune time arises, I will tell them that they're members of his guard that are working for the handyman. I don't understand why you're worried right now.
Wait, why
Well-
do you have a bag of holding?
You're not there to listen. You're at
Oh,
the balcony.
I would like to take a look at them for a moment, if you don't mind.
While you want me to have the bodies here while he comes up.
No, I just want to have a look at their faces.
Why?
Well, normally when... You see, I have a bit of experience in... A little bit of necromancy myself. I've dabbled. Normally when necromantic energies take hold of a corpse, they naturally make it look corpsey. Desiccated and bony, and... I just don't want, Lord Talonwood to make that connection.
So you want
Do you have
to...
a way to restore their appearance?
I have a suggestion. I'm sure that both of you have quite the silver tongue, as do I, if I don't mind saying so myself. Perhaps we might be able to mislead him into considering the fact that tattoos on their neck might have something to do with their current state.
I mean, the handyman does talk about... well, you do say that the tattoo is a mark that prevents you from leaving the handyman's work. Or I guess, not work.
As far
Yeah.
as I,
Anyway.
as far as I saw within, the time I was captured, It appeared to be a symbol that, well, that killed its wearer upon any semblance of disloyalty. Perhaps we can use that to our advantage here.
Hmm.
Instead of
We could.
instead of saying that they were killed by your hand through acts of necromancy, I'm sure you wouldn't be that stupid to do something, to say something like that, outwardly admit that, but it's just a
We
precaution,
could
you
say
know?
they just died.
Yes, we killed them with magic. I need not say necromancy. And plus,
Some
just
details
saying
can
that,
be left out.
yeah, plus saying that they tried to capture us and kill the children. See, that's. I feel like you worry and bring a little too
Yes,
much up.
let's not add too many layers.
Well, I think you don't worry
It is
enough,
a good
to be frank.
initiative.
Very well, very well.
Tell you what, we will keep that thought as a backup. If he inquires, we will give as little information if possible. And if he decides to dig deeper, well, we can prepare the truth.
And plus, necromancy in and of itself is not an illegal act. Now, if I told him I
Well-
revived his gods as zombies, that is different.
You did commit an act of necromancy out in the open street, did you not?
No, it was quite hidden. There was no one around to see it.
Well, according, you know of the. Do you know of the Ironsgate Accords? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was. I'm very, very familiar with this. So it's what got me in trouble in the first place. It's Rule 6, being absolute. Open necromancy, whether it is well hidden at night or in broad daylight, is forbidden. I personally don't want to be on the receiving end of any punishment that comes for us, which is why I am so concerned.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There are valid concerns.
Yeah, duly. Your concerns are duly noted.
I would just like to keep the mention of any acts of necromancy strictly veiled under a sheet of deception, if I might.
Yes, you say that, and yet you're the one that's just continually mentioning it.
Fine, very well. I will keep it on the down low then.
Thank you.
He kind of he kind of walks away. You can see him kind of pacing nervously from one end of the room to the other. He's just in deep thought.
What? Well, we have a comfortable area for the child now, yeah? A clear center room.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Come
There
in.
you go.
The door kind of opens and there's a small procession of 3 guards that kind of make their way in. You will see the kind of the cloaked figure in leathers, familiar leathers. He takes off his hood. You see Lord Talonwood stepping into the chamber. He kind of nods over his shoulder.
Sipes, you can bring him in.
There's a kind of a clunking of wooden wheels. Do you see what looks like a kind of wooden kind of wooden and brass kind of wheelchair being wheeled in. Looks dwarven in make. You gather this from the Lord Talonmu kind of pulls the leather hood of the wooden bronze wheelchair back. He reveals a young boy, cloaked from the neck down in wrappings of fur pelts and cotton blankets. Looks a lot like it's a lot like Bran Stark almost. Although his face is pale, as is his kind of silvery blonde hair, kind of blue but weak eyes, slightly sunken cheeks, and kind of chapped, dry lips. Looks no older than maybe 9 or 10. And yet lets out a slight lets out a few rasping coughs. You kind of see kind of wheeling behind the cart here, pushing it, very formally dressed in kind of sleek red robes trimmed with golden stitching, kind of white ruffled undershirt, small kind of silver spectacles that rest on his snout. Kind of pulls the head back, pulls the hood back. You see a kobold. Dark green kind of incandescent scales, iridescent scales, large kind of bulbous eyes, and kind of sharp little snaggle teeth. Yellowish kind of cream counter shading, very, very unusual for a kobold, very wiry and lanky. You can see the eyes, they kind of swivel around independently from one another like a chameleon's. The head kind of turns right as each guy kind of twitches around like a chameleon to watch to watch each and every one of you. See, Saris, he gestures over to the other guards. He says,
Stand guard.
watch two of the guards kind of make their way out of the doorway, kind of stand either side. The doorway shuts, and one guard kind of stands on the opposite side of the door. Okay, so
Welcome. Thank you for making the long trip. Do have a bed that I've set up, if it's easier.
That would be preferable, yes. Come,
Alright.
Sipes.
yeah, looks down to the kobold, who you presume to be Sipes. You can the kobold kind of nods and begins to wheel the wheelchair over to your other room here. Watch as Saris begins to kind of take away the various fur pelts and cloths and linens that are keeping this young child warm, and he kind of rests him on the bed. And Sipes kind of dutifully kind of folds the sheets, puts them back in the wheelchair.
Oh, I love his bugged eyes.
Ugh.
He looks like the guy who would lick his eyeballs.
Yes, he does.
Looks like a horror
and I
from
love
the
that.
deep.
And I know you said chameleon, and I was thinking like, okay, so he has sort of independent moving eyes, and then the picture just shows, yup.
Ugh. Yeah, that was gonna stay clear of that room.
He
Just go off to the side room.
he kind of sees that some of you are kind of gawking at Sipes here, and he says,
This is my servant and good friend. He and his family lineage have been with us ever since I was young.
I haven't
I'm
seen him
Sipes
yet.
Erskine.
I'm his personal steward.
I haven't seen many
Yes.
kobolds, but he's rather unique.
Make a nature check.
Would I
Sure,
have
you
to?
Those who would like to.
I mean, alright.
Okay.
15?
6.
15. Definitely a different species than Neril. This would appear to be a swamp kobold, kind of amphibious by nature. They're often found in the western points of Mayland, around the Ironsgate Wall in the Moorbog. Typically in tribes.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Right. Shall we get on with this?
Yes, let us try. So, finding the powder at such short notice has been the difficulty. But were you at least able to find a scroll?
Yes, yes. Finest money can buy. It was expensive, but if it helps cure my son, then any expensive is worth it.
And kind of he leans back to his satchel that he's brought with him, pulls out what looks like a scroll of cure wounds.
There's a scroll of remove curse. If I recall
Sorry,
correctly.
no. Yeah,
That's what we, yes.
yeah, scroll of remove curse. My bad.
Remove curse is what we asked.
That awkward moment when he brings the wrong scroll.
Sorry, misreading
But
my
I paid
notes.
so much money for it.
Oh, you're good. The best money can buy. Welp.
Yeah, so he hands the scroll over to you, Balthazar.
He's going to examine it, open it up and read it a bit, and then hand it over to Siren. You can read this, yes?
She takes it, opens it up, scans it real quick. It's like, oh, yes, of course. Just a simple matter
Fantastic.
of putting some will into it.
Okay. You watch as Saros kind of kneels down beside the bed, the bedside, kind of leans in close. He runs his fingers through his son's hair. This genuine look of worry on his face. And Aldrin, he looks back to his father. His voice is weak, and he says, "Father, what's going on?"
Aldrin, son. These people are going to try to make you feel better. They're like the nice people from the temple all those months back. Remember when it hurt a little bit? When you felt warm? It's going to be like that, but different. Is that okay?
Alright, okay. Will it hurt?
You'll feel a similar slight stinging sensation, and then the warmth. It won't hurt for long.
Okay. Saros takes
And
his.
just a formality. Let
Go
me
ahead.
see the child for one moment.
As I'm going to look over, I'm going to stare at him intently and spend a first level spell to cast Detect Poison and Disease just to confirm this is indeed the disease I'm thinking it is.
Okay. Okay. So you kind of hold your hand out, kind of gently, kind of resting it on his forehead. You kind of murmur to yourself a few incantations. You do get a slight sense of some form of disease taken hold. It's faint, but it feels like it's being blocked by another component.
I can identify the disease normally. Is this blocking it, or am I able to confirm this is at least the stone lung?
This does appear to be stone lung.
But it seems like something else is kind of powering it, or I guess protecting it in some sense.
It seems that way. There seems to be a secondary component to this stone lung.
All right then.
So that lines up with my thought that this is a curse. So, Lord, we are going to attempt to first remove the curse with this spell scroll. And from there I shall use my healing powers to remove the disease. You
Okay.
have to break the curse first. Otherwise, nothing happens.
Okay. So he kind of he looks up at you weakly. There's you can definitely see the kind of the sunken eyes. There's a darkness to them. There's a sunken cheeks as well. He looks very thin and pale.
Partially dead.
Yeah, that's a good way.
Not to that extent, but he does look incredibly weak.
Looks like kids in a cancer ward.
You could say that, yes.
Rough.
All right. So, Siren kind of looks at Balthazar after he's done and just kind of gives him a questioning look like, are we ready, or?
Yes. Yes. Let's go ahead and begin.
All right. Siren is... oh man, why did Sal have to go AFK for a second? Sal can cast Detect Magic at will, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or
As a
like as a ritual? Okay. Siren is going to look at Balthazar and just a thought just occurred to me. Perhaps if something either on the boy or something near him might be powering this curse or allowing it to maintain hold despite all that's been done. She's gonna look at Lord Talonwood. Have any of your retainers, magical or otherwise, gone through with the boy and seen if there's any like any wounds, any small puncture marks? Like when he first fell sick with this, did you do a thorough examination of him?
Yes, we did immediately after he began showing signs, we immediately took him to the temple. And they did a full physical examination. There were no cuts, no bruises, no puncture marks, none that we could see.
Okay. Then I will trust the thoroughness of your local temple. She says only mildly sardonically. And then she is going to undo the scroll, and she's going to start casting Remove Curse, which, since it is on her spell list, since it is on her spell list, she can cast it without doing any rolls. So
Okay,
she
then.
is going to cast Remove Curse on the tiny boy.
Okay. With scroll in one,
Boy.
with your scroll in one hand,
Your
your
voice is still Talonwood.
Yep,
There you
my
go.
bad.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Talonwood became the DM. Oh no.
Oh no. Okay. So, with your fingers kind of clasping the top of the scroll in one hand, you watch it kind of drapes down a bit. And the fingers on your other hand begin to glow with a familiar golden gleam that you've seen Balthazar cast when he's been utilizing his certain spells of that he possesses. You lay your palm on the child's forehead, and the golden glow kind of sinks in through the skin. You see the glow kind of travel through him for a brief moment, as if shining. It's almost as if you're shining a torch through a fingertip or the back of an ear. You see, you see through him almost entirely, as this spell seems to scan up and down for any semblance of any weaved curses, any dark magic that's taken hold. And kind of Aldrin winces for a moment. Then his face sort of relaxes. Then there's a flash of light. Suddenly and instantly the spell recedes.
Do I get a sense that it worked? Like, that it is completed and done its assigned task, as opposed to, like, the quick scan, like, oh, nothing's wrong.
Make an Arcana check.
Bloop.
14. It's hard to tell. Then there's and as you're mulling over this, there's this air of expectant quiet. And Sarah looks to you.
Did you do it? Did it work?
If this scroll is as good as you say it is, then yes. And so she just kind of looks at the boy that's coughing. It's like, and we have removed what is protecting the disease. So, the second aspect, and she motions to Balthazar. Who may or may not be muted.
Yeah, it was because I was sniffling. The second aspect is for me to do my job.
He's going to hold up his black hand that then will flicker and burst with that same glow as I channel 5 bouts of lay on hands into it to allow me to cure poisons and diseases. And with that, I will gently lay my hand right in the center of the boy's chest.
Okay. There's another golden glow. As the area beneath your hand seems to shine for a moment, and there's another glow that fills his chest. It's a different glow. Whereas the previous spell was more of a golden glow, this is more of a pure white that seems to flush throughout his whole body. Then there's a flash of deep black purple as the spell suddenly recedes.
And you take his intelligence.
Like
shit.
Bloody Mindstone.
The double bluff.
More brains for the brain.
Well,
Can I make a roll to see what happens with that black thingy?
Make an Arcana check.
Just slow look over to Siren.
14.
14. It happened in an instant. It was hard to tell.
Did it seem like it was leaving the, like, was it something leaving the body, or was it just like a reaction to some, like, what did it look like exactly?
There was. It looked like it faded kind of instantly, kind of shrank back from. Yeah, it was this kind of white light was spread all over Aldrin's body, and then it suddenly receded back into your hand with a flash of kind of this electric kind of purple as it's kind of surge. There was a flash of electric purple as it receded back into your hand.
Okay, so the purple went from the boy into Balthazar's hand.
Yeah, the purple looked like it was forcing back.
Okay.
Interesting.
Fuck.
Make
Interesting.
an Arcana check, Balthazar.
You're asking a lot from an idiot.
No.
Could sound maybe help.
What the
Can I
fuck was that?
Having seen that, can I also just make an Arcana check, like
I'll
independent of?
I'll give you one more Arcana check. You've already done one.
Okay. Well, I mean that was for figuring out mine. Like,
Right. Okay.
hopefully I'll roll better. Nope. One less than what I have.
It's difficult to say.
All right.
Maybe our new friend has some insight for us.
No, I don't think brute forcing this is. Siren's going to look at the boy and just see if he seems like if his breathing is any easier or things like that.
Nero, as you look to Sipes, he just looks confused.
Oh, I mean Crovin, but yeah.
Oh, Crovin. Okay. Sure. I'll make him. I'll give him an Arcana check. Why not? One more Arcana check.
19!
Okay. Crovin kind of looks over and says,
Squin.
"That's quite unusual. I've never seen that happen before. Are you sure that you removed the curse?"
Well, the spell took effect, and it is a remove curse, so it is supposed to remove all and any curses affecting a creature.
Well, I've seen curse magic used before. That electric purple is a dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
That's interesting.
As far as I can tell, doesn't seem that your remove curse worked.
Interesting, I've never known it to fail. The spell in and of itself is quite simple.
Maybe there was a curse protecting the second layer of curse from remove curse?
Well, it would have removed that one first. It would remove all curses.
Ah.
And again, this is why I was wondering if perhaps there was something on the boy. She's gonna look at Talonwood and
Damn it!
Is it okay? Is it okay if I inspect him?
Yes, yes. Did you not have another plan?
Well, having never known remove curse to actually fail, I can't say that I did, though, again, just give me a moment. And Siren's going to go up and start looking at, is the boy wearing necklaces, rings, any sort of...
It doesn't seem. He doesn't seem to be wearing anything other than the kind of the white, kind of stark white bed sheet. Sorry, bed sheet. Bed robe rather.
Okay. And there's nothing... Okay. Interesting. Sarah just going to... If she can't find, like, anything, she's going to, like, run fingers through his hair, like, check behind the ears, like, open his mouth, look under his tongue, and, like, pound down. Just things like that, if he has anything.
Make a medicine check.
Can I help with this? in such a way as like maybe helping hold up the child, position it so it's easier to examine him,
Sure.
things like that, since he probably isn't as good to, sit up on his own
No,
while
he's
Siren has to tilt his head and look.
very weak, very shallow breaths.
Let's hope that this works with. Yeah,
15.
15.
So, from what you can tell, he definitely still has the diseased stone lung. You can see that the chapped lips, the dry tongue, but you can see the skin is very, very clammy, and you can his arms look very thin as well.
Oh, I was more. Okay, well, that's good to know that he still has a disease, though. I kind of got that with the whole curse thing, but I was checking more just his body for anything that might be a physical link or anchor for the curse.
Okay.
Because if you can't, the only way I can think of remove curse not removing a curse, because that's specifically what it does, is if I cast it on the wrong thing, the boy, instead of the item that was
Okay.
maintaining the
So
curse.
you do see as you're kind of examining over him, you can see what looks like a now receding black mark on his back. And he kind of winces as you kind of give it a once over.
She is going to, with the help of Balthazar, kind of prop him up and motion Talonwood closer and point to the mark. How long has he had this?
That happened once before after we attempted to cure him at the temple. Showed up, then receded again. If what your friend over there is saying is correct,
And he kind of gestures to Crovin.
perhaps every time this healing is rejected, that shows up.
Siren is going to. She's going to look at Balthazar and muttering in demon. Like, do you think they perhaps, whoever did this, implanted something into the child?
Injecting, yes.
She looks up to Talonwood and and basically just says that kind of not prediction, but that hypothesis out loud that given that this same thing has happened once before, at the same effect of curing him, I think perhaps, and this is just conjecture, that whomever cursed this boy might have implanted it inside him. Whatever item might be fighting it off.
How would they have implanted him with anything? I don't understand.
Well, they get the boy alone, or with someone that he trusts and you trust, and then there's many ways to trick the mind to make someone fall asleep that would allow you to do something as simple. Easy magic cures it, so it leaves no trace. And she's going to look at Sal again. I don't know if Ducky's back. Ducky, are you back?
Yes. I have been back for a while.
Okay. She's going to motion Sal over. It's like, can you possibly detect magic and look here? And she motions to the back mark on the back of the boy.
Should be fairly easy. And instead of doing a ritual and taking 10 minutes,
Good call.
I will do the quick version and spend a spell slot.
Okay.
And to avoid sort of being bombarded by whatever the tablet spews out again, I'm gonna instead focus around the boy.
Okay, you're going to focus around the boy. So You do sense there is a definite. Let's see. I just gathering my notes.
You good?
Curse of a DM. Notes everywhere.
You know, I just remembered I
That's
have
fucking
medicine.
So there is some semblance of transmutational aura around as you kind of as you narrow your focus from around the room, from everywhere else, focused onto this boy. Yeah, there is a definite transmutation on around his chest area.
Okay. And in the back where the mark is?
It seems to carry through to the back.
And with that, Sao is gonna look up at Talonwood. Do you have any magically gifted or magical practices that use transmutation in any regard?
Not the time that I can recall. I'm not a spellcaster. I'm not gifted in the works of the arcane. No one I know is gifted in that aspect either.
Siren looks to Sipes. You're his steward. You know the comings and goings and all the staff. Do you know?
Me? No, I do not. I am not good with spells. I read books, but not good at practical spells.
That's not what I asked. I asked, do you know anybody? By the way, I'm going to insight check that.
Sure. Make an insight check.
Also,
Yeah, that's sketchy as fuck.
come on, roll high. God motherfucking, it was almost an 18. Oh well. His weird fucking eyes are hard to read.
You can see as they're kind of twitching around, looking at all of the group just all the time. Seems to come natural to him.
Yeah.
Sao thinks a bit before looking to Siren and then back to Talon. I do not wish to alarm you, but I sense something has been moved around on your child. Might have been used to implant something in his chest.
What's been moved around?
I can't say for certain, but I fear somebody has opened his chest cavity to implant something.
There was a look of horror on Saris's face.
This might explain why the spell scroll worked but not had the effect as intended. As horrifying as I'm gonna say that is, it is a brilliant way to ensure a curse working. Very cruelly.
Damn it. What can be done?
Sao sort of winches. Perhaps an operation, but I cannot guarantee anything.
If you cannot guarantee anything, then I do not
Your
want
boy
my son.
is weak. Listen, your boy is weak currently. If I could guarantee one way or another to remove whatever is inside him currently, I would, but I cannot. It might kill him.
That is also my concern.
Hey, Janet, can I make a medicine check to see if I can get a idea of how risky an operation like Sal is suggesting would be?
Sure, make a medicine check.
That moment when we're gonna be fucking DIY surgeons.
Even with the +4, I only get a 10. Yeah.
I mean, it's cutting open a person. Just that idea alone sounds a bit risky. But you're not. You are clueless.
Hmm. Okay then.
What side of... Let's see. There's a black mark on his back after Balthazar tried to heal him. And it was fading.
Yeah, which is now kind of completely receded, and there is nothing there
Okay.
anymore.
Where on his back was it?
It
How
was-
big? What location? On his left or right side?
It was in the center of his back. Center of his upper back, just below the shoulder blades.
So in the spine area?
Generally, yes.
Siren's going to palpitate that area and see if the boy reacts, like if it hurts to touch or anything.
You kind of touch the area. The boy doesn't wince.
Do you feel anything there? Like any abnormal bumps or ridges?
Do I?
I mean, nothing beyond the sheer thinness of this child. You can feel the ribs, the spine, the clammy skin, but no other abnormal bumps.
And we didn't see a black mark on his front either. It's not like it went all the way through, right?
No.
Okay. Interesting. Sarah's just kind of sit there and ponder for a bit.
I ask a second time. Do you have any backup plans?
If this is a curse that is put into him, even azure powder could do no such cure. If it were a natural disease inside of his body, just the body itself, it may work. If it is some cursed object, then the only choice is to remove that object. Otherwise, no cure will ever be able to hold. We could seek out this powder. Could it attempt a cure? See if it will fix it, but if it really is something else, a foreign thing lodged inside him, you would have no choice if you seek him cured.
I pray to the heavens that it's the former.
Do not know. Removing curse on a creature, it normally never fails. So for this to happen is troubling.
It is rather odd. We
Like,
we are a group
When I-
of
question. Sorry to interrupt, but on that note, when I got my nat 20 to know everything about Stone Lung earlier, a couple sessions ago, from what I knew about that, this response to it is not normal, right?
This response to it is not normal, no. And you do know that Stone Lung is capable of being paired with a curse.
Yeah, because it can be paired with a curse. It's kind of like above board, like we do with Mummy Rot, where it's technically a curse, and in older editions it was a curse that also kept a disease from being cured. If it's something like that, then, you know, a remove curse on a creature would break the curse that stops it from being cured. The disease can then be cured. The only reason why that wouldn't work is if there's an object that is cursed inside him that he's automatically attuned to, because it's inside him, and we didn't target the object to break the attunement, which wouldn't matter as long as it's inside him, because if it being inside him is what makes it attuned, it would just reattune in a day or whatever.
Yep.
So he would just get the disease right all over again. So if it is an object inside him, the only choice to like
Would be the-
surgically remove it or find a way to magically break it down or something like that. Which Azure Powder wouldn't do because it's just for curing the disease. If it's a curse item that's giving him the disease, no amount of any treatment will ever fix it.
Make a... On the subject of Azure Powder,
It's medicine now.
I'll... Okay, how would you like to aid?
Well, in my mind, Balthar would be saying this aloud. Neil would be, basically, the way the two doctors would talk to each other, back and forth, throwing out ideas. That stuff.
Okay. I'll say either one of you make a medicine check with advantage, or both of you make a medicine check.
How you want to do it, Balth?
I'll be saying these things aloud, except for certain things I might not know, like Mummy Rot being a curse, unless that's a knowledge I would have learned. But I will say, like, remove curse should have worked, and it should be the item. So I'll say these things aloud to give you ideas, and you can go ahead and actually roll the medicine. Because I was discussing thought, and then my thoughts help spark an idea for you.
Alright, so I'll roll with advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, you do it.
21.
So, what you know about Azure Powder? You've heard very little, but what little you have heard, it seems to make sense to you, and you can sort of fill in the blanks almost. You gather that as you've been helping Grunker study his herbalism, you have seen a few a passage about Azure Powder. It's very, very, very rare, and it does certain components that seem to comprise this powder are magical in nature. Seem to be capable of indeed curing both diseases and curses alike. Though it wasn't specific on what those ingredients were. It seemed to be mostly based off of hearsay from higher ups and nobles with access to this elusive cure.
But then we would still run into the problem of if there's a cursed item in.
I mean, we do have quite skilled healers,
Indeed.
and those that are very good with a blade.
Mm-hmm.
And if the worst were to happen, those that can bring others back.
And we do have that scroll.
We have more than one, actually.
Janner. Just as a side note, when I cast Detect Magic, I would also learn the School of Magic used for whatever effect is applied.
Yes, I did say it was transmutation, as you're kind of focusing all of your effort onto this one child.
I have an idea, and then yes, as you mentioned yourself, the scroll. It would be risky. It needed to be done precisely and fast, but it could work. And Sao just sort of looks between Siren and Nerold. And I do think both of you know what I mean.
I have a general idea.
What are you suggesting? If you are suggesting cutting up my only son, no, I cannot allow it.
Would you allow him to be like this forever, continue to be exploited by the handyman? Or would you be willing to take this risk, which we would bear the burden of, if anything?
Well,
We
it's
don't-
not forever. It is a lethal disease.
We don't know yet. We don't know accurately if there's some object has been implanted into him. If we are going off of hearsay and hypotheses here, then I do not want to risk it. I don't want to risk you killing my only son.
Even if we have means of bringing him back.
For a boy
So-
this young to go through the harrowing experience of dying, being brought back to life, will scar him for life.
As opposed to living with his lungs slowly turning to stone. We can have him unconscious. It's not that hard to procure some ether, so he wouldn't even feel a thing.
What of this? I mean, what of this azure powder you keep harrowing on about? What about that?
And you can see at this point he seems to be getting a bit desperate.
It is very few and far to come between.
Seeing as azure powder, some of the ingredients to make it are magical ingredients to begin.
And as you just coincidentally put, mostly hearsay. You don't want to put your boy's life on the line for hearsay, do you?
But it's either feeding him powder or cutting him open.
Sao walks over and places a hand on his shoulder, looking him directly, eye to eye. There are times when you're faced with the choice between one bad thing right now or the long-term suffering. Do you choose to take a risk? Not placing the blame on yourself, but on us. Or do you wish to see your child slowly die? Make a decision before you regret not making it at all.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
An 8?
There are too many risks involved in operating on my son. I cannot will myself to go along with your plan.
Then don't. Take a step outside the door and come back. I'm not asking you to agree to this. I'm telling you we have an option. Whether you wish to take it or not. but we will respect whatever you say.
He remains steely-eyed, jaw clenches, and his hands kind of ball up into fists.
No. I
No,
can't.
no.
I can't. But if you can bring me, as our agreement said, if you can bring me whoever this index keeper is, we can force the information out of him. He, and he alone, I suspect, knows how to cure him, how to reverse this abomination of a curse.
So you wish to have your son just... Well, Talonwood, it seems you rely a lot on hearsay regarding your son's life. We have no idea where, even in all of mainland, this index keeper is. We do not know who he is. The only thing we know about him is that his name, not even his real one, is referred to as the index keeper. We have a possible powder that, again, hearsay for most of the ingredients, that even were we to do some research, would still take time. But we have a third option, one where we can mitigate almost completely risks to it. You worry about your son being scarred for life? We'll have either. He'll be unconscious throughout the entire thing, and even if he were to die, we can bring him back. We can heal him so he has no scars afterward. This is... Two of these options that I've laid out take time. Time where your boy will suffer. One of these options does not.
And if you're worried about not being able to bring him back, I died like 2 weeks ago, and my brother here was able to revive me, having all my blood drained from my body and left as a husk.
Yes, we had a run-in with a vampire.
Very
Yeah,
fun.
Both of you make persuasion checks with disadvantage or one straight roll.
What's your persuasion?
7.
Mine is 8. Do we
So
want me to do it?
Yeah, do yours at normal.
Okay. Come on. High roll.
See?
What's with the 8s?
I don't know.
There is a long pregnant pause, which seems like it goes on forever. A minute passes. 2 minutes pass. He seems lost deep in thought. There is a furrowed brow. He seems to pace back and forth throughout the room.
I let you do this, and my boy doesn't come back, there will be hell to pay.
Sarah nods.
Sarah's kind of walks over to the bed. Kneels down. Oh shit, hang on. Doorbell, fucking hell.
just a side note, Avon,
Hmm.
do you think slow would be a good thing to cast on the boy just to be safe?
So he doesn't bleed out as much?
Yeah.
Possibly. Or I was thinking that as
Right.
we go through, Balthazar can, like, with his lay on hands, like, pump a hit point.
Right.
And,
Okay.
like, ever so often just kind of maintain instead of, like, the equilibrium.
As Dr. Nero goes to work. Probably.
Right. Okay. So Cyrus wanders over to the edge of the bed, kneels down, strokes his fingers through his son's hair.
You are going to go to sleep for a moment. Just a moment. And I will see you soon.
Puts a single kiss on the Aldrin's forehead. Stands up. Begins to make his way out of the room. There is a procession of guards that follow him.
Sipes, come.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sipes kind of skitters on after him. And they all leave the room. And the door shuts.
Let's agree on the order of doing first. I say we have Nero try and take out whatever is inside due to her small size first. Or last, should I say. Less impact on the innards, and preferably we should try and cut the least.
What are you going to do?
Nothing, darling boy. We're just gonna do some things that will put you in a nice, comfortable sleep. You look like you've yet to have a good night's sleep for quite some time.
He nods sheepishly.
Siren realizes as she's bending over his bed that she's gonna close the she's gonna close her feathered cowl.
Sweet dreams.
Oh gosh. That's a different type of life scarring. Welcome to adulthood. So yes, she's going to look to Nero, their resident alchemist. Do you have some ether on you, or can you make some quickly, or we just have to go to an alchemy shop?
I can make some if I can get the ingredients for it.
Okay.
Because at the moment, the only thing I have on me are healing stuff and things to make him bloat like a
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's not. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's have you go get that. If you could go find those ingredients, we'll sit here and prepare him for his sleep. And she looks to the boy and smiles. And see if we can find anything to help along the way. Also, Siren, as a background officer, as a sage, has this researcher.
Okay.
Since she has been like all this talk of Azure Power, and she herself hasn't actually tried to think or look on it, where might she, like, from where could she possibly find some information on Azure Powder?
Information on Azure Powder would likely be, let's see. Usually, some nobles do have some kind of reclusive nobles, rather, do seem to have access to knowledge on this azure powder.
Well,
It's very much a well-kept secret among the more powerful nobles, simply as an option to extend their life, as it were, through medicine, so that the common riffraff do not have access to this.
interesting. And we just so happened to save a few noblemen's children recently.
Gather that this information is your powder. From what you can gather, would be accessible by shadier nobles.
Alston. There's a cat.
Apologies.
No, you're.
Where is she?
You're fine.
It's fine. It's always fun for a joke every so often.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Sao is gonna take out some tongs from her smithing gear and have a dagger placed or gripped at the end of it. Eyeing it sort of oddly. I think I can sterilize this blade, but how well is up for debate.
Siren kind of goes over and she prestidigitates that motherfucker clean.
Okay. And it sheens in shining glory of the moonlight that filters through the window.
Then she kind of
Well,
leans in.
This is all going on. You'll head off to get ingredients for a sleepy drink.
Okay. I will say make an investigation check.
Investigation. 11, because I forgot to turn off advantage.
Okay.
Unless for some reason I do get advantage.
I'll say, considering that you have helped Grunker with his herbalism, you do know in the same vein that you kind of recall information on the azure powder, you do know of the ingredients to a certain potion known as midnight tulip.
Well, that one would be easy. I have alchemy knowledge, so that would know. Just more
Yeah.
trying to find where the ingredients would be
Okay.
is my problem.
So you do find a place called the pestilent kettle. They do have most of the ingredients that you need.
Right.
Albeit a bit of salt, which you can probably gather from a general store. I'll say total expenses would probably come to around 10 gold. It's purely most of the expenses comes from the kind of rare the rare ingredient of midnight tulip, which it's usually grows in very very kind of shaded areas. See that? I wrote this down here. It would usually grow in shaded areas within the Mulrin Forest, though it's been exported here to Cliffspire.
I know it well.
So just mark off 10 gold. Let's see.
Seeing as Neil's in a rush, there'll be no haggling this time.
Yep. Let's see, the ingredients here would be. Yeah, I'll write this down. That would be boil the water. And that would also be that. There we go.
So most of those are pretty easy to get. Just the midnight tulip is
Midnight
not
Tulip
so
is
much.
Midnight Tulip is the main component of this.
Oh god, this thing's gonna taste horrible.
It's.
I thought you'd be able to taste it once you actually have it down. Then it's gonna knock you the fuck out. Hopefully.
Yep. So I assume I get enough for these.
Yeah. It's one small potion. So I'll say with a 15, it's not very hard to make. It's mainly boiling the water, kind of pinch of salt, kind of a few scrapings of the rotted meat. You gather this is more for the scent. It smells horrible. And then you kind of you scrunch up some of the stem of the midnight tulip in there, stir it around a bit. And it seems done after about 15 minutes.
Okay. Heads over to the kid.
Okay.
You may want to plug your nose for this.
What are you doing?
I want you to drink this. This will help you. I need
Wait,
you to
why-
drink the whole.
Did you not get ether?
I couldn't really. This is the closest thing I can get to it.
Oh, well, ether you just inhaled, but okay. If this will work.
Oh, it will work far better if you get it down.
Okay.
Questionable tactics.
They used ether to put people under on operating tables.
I don't
Oh,
think we have
right.
access to that.
Should have done that in my notes. I didn't realize that was a thing. My bad. Anyway, so for the sake of this, the potion is imbibed. There's a bit of coughing, a bit of sputtering.
I know it tastes really bad. Just please drink it.
No, it's just the disease. He's fine.
There is and eventually, after about 5 minutes, falls unconscious.
See, not like a bug.
Siren's gonna do that thing. She's gonna do a sternum rub to see if he's actually fully asleep.
Okay.
Vellum cut him open. Ugh!
Make a medicine check.
Just joking, by the way.
Maybe
For,
you should help
for
me.
a sternum rub?
I think it would be more knowing what you're looking for.
It is
Okay.
very very low DC.
I think
Okay.
he's just trying to rub the child to see if he'll come awake.
Yeah, like get the knuckles of your hand and rub
Oh,
them
right,
up and
right,
down your
right, yeah.
sternum. That
Right,
fucking
right.
hurts. Like that's one of the ways that they make to see if people are unconscious.
Right. Okay. My bad. Yeah. He does seem unconscious.
Okay. It's like Siren suddenly doesn't know where the boy's sternum is. It's like shit.
Human anatomy. Yeah.
I don't understand. My sternum's right over here. Okay. All joking aside, serious moment. Okay, she's going to look at Balthazar. Point. We'll be wanting you to help maintain his health, what little there is. His constitution at this point in time is probably quite low. With your lay on hands, do you think you can slowly feed, not enough to necessarily close the wound, but to keep at equilibrium?
Oh, yes, of course.
She looks at Nirol and, like, I'm assuming you will be the one that be doing the cutting to find this peace. So, if you need anything, you have me here, you have Sal. Balthazar will be helping. I'm going to try to, as Sal suggested, try something to also help maintain him. I'll be casting slow on him.
Right. Okay.
So, is everyone ready? Does everyone know their part?
Sound nods.
And Velm, you'll be grabbing tools I name when I need them.
Can we hold for just one moment before we start?
Mm-hmm.
I just had an idea. Do you think the middleman might know anything about this?
Possibly? Isn't either dead or missing? Well, no, he's not dead. He came back to life.
And Balthazar is going to materialize his sword and hold up the gem. But not before I fed his mind. I might be able to bargain for a just portion of that knowledge if it is there. We might be able to see what we were looking for and exactly where it is, if the middleman even knew.
I like this idea. And while you're at it, see if he knows anything about the Index Keeper.
I don't think
I
it's
will
wise to
try.
bargain for more than one thing. Because
I mean,
currently,
you can try.
Yeah,
And
for now, it
at
might
most,
be
it's just a
wise.
no that you can get.
So, I'll be in the other room for a moment. If I scream, it's probably normal.
Maybe doing that would probably get Talonwood on edge even more so than he is currently.
You're very far away from your mic.
Sorry,
What was that?
the mic was covered. You may want to refrain from doing that, seeing as it may get Lord Talonwood on even more edge than he is.
What, the screaming?
I may not be able to control it.
True. You can always just put a pillow over your face. That's all. Seems to help.
Don't you
Oh, I
have
can
like a
play
weird
with his little
gag?
child.
Don't you have a
No,
weird gag with the phone on it?
that's for other people to wear. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the other room, and I'm gonna see if I can get my patron to share any
Okay.
knowledge with me.
Make a hefty persuasion check.
Hefty.
Does anyone have inspiration? We don't know.
I have inspiration. I'm
Hi,
doing the kids
it's
thing.
me again. I might need a favor. You know that thing with the guy in the brain that they fed to you? Well, he might know something, and it might be very valuable information about a powerful curse affecting the son of a noble in charge of a very wealthy, influential area full of magical resources that could be used to, I don't know, help take over a lot of the world. And they might have put a thing in the child. I am looking for any knowledge this middleman had on the curse that affects the boy. See if he knows. Something is lodged in his back, it seems. It might have been placed there by this Index Keeper, someone we're trying to find the identity of. Right now, I'm more concerned to see if he knows anything about the boy. Alston. I will be sure to find more from him. If I may, I shall see if I can feed him to you as well. Yes. Thank you, Tran. One step closer, away from the chain.
Slowly set the sword down and walk into the other room.
So, did you learn anything?
Well, I learned that, Lord Alston is in on this, for sure, and he knows. He knows about this. He has the answers. Potentially all of them.
I wonder if he's the index keeper. Now that I think about it, he probably is.
That would be absolutely hilarious. I want to kill him.
Okay. I find the
So
more
I see
learn
we
of him,
have
the
two
less I like
choices.
Alston.
We could attempt this now, or we could persuade Alston to join us and try to get more information out of him.
Why did you keep changing your words there? Do you not want to kidnap and interrogate him?
Oh wait, they can't hear us. They're in the other room. Yes.
I mean, I already have the child out.
That's
I'm more
true.
concerned
and-
about the Lord and the guard and behind the door hearing us, you know.
No, I
Well,
mean,
Little legal matters. Oh, yes, well. I mean, we could say fuck it and just cut him open. See if we can get it. I mean, we have proof. Well, I don't know if a otherworldly patron counts as proof, but
Yes,
He doesn't.
given how reluctant he is for proof from this world to believe that Alston is at fault, I feel that,
yeah,
yes.
we might just need to kidnap him.
Yes, and interrogate him. But
Yes.
while we're here, perhaps we can do some more hands-on research with the boy.
Yes. Very well.
Okay. Kind of helps roll the boy over.
Is his face smothered by the pillow?
That-
No, that seems fine. Is that
Okay.
fine?
So yeah, I guess we're going to do some exploratory on this young child.
Okay. So,
Ooh.
what are you doing to begin with?
We've cleaned shit.
Yeah, it's like Siren prestidigitated
clean
the
the
fuck out of
boy?
everything. Like, no germs
Okay.
whatsoever.
So, that does reduce the DC by a slight fraction.
I'm just gonna be honest with whatever we're doing currently. Let's think about this from a logical perspective. Are we cutting from the chest or the back area?
I mean, back because it's on the back.
Yeah, it's on the
Yeah,
back.
the
I saw that the magical energy was coming from the chest and working its way to the back.
yeah. Also, with that in mind, I just thought about the fact that Balthazar trying to remove the disease made that black mark show up. So would the healing that he's giving make the black mark show up again? Like, would we be able to kind of follow the energy? Like, would we again go
It
from
has,
the front or from the
as you kind of turn the boy over in the back, there's the black mark.
the black mark?
The black
The
man.
black mark.
The black mark.
Black mark, the black hand.
Black.
I mean, it's all coming together.
All right. Well, is it the same shape? What shape does it look like? Is it,
It looks-
shaped like
it-
a hand?
It looks like a general kind of amorphous shape, and it's kind of shifting over his skin.
Wait, it's shifting?
Very, very slightly.
Like a
So-
direction? Or is it just like shifting in place? Like it's kind of just.
Like,
It's
moving.
it's
Is
it's
it
it's
wobble?
it's shifting and warbling almost.
That. Hmm.
You didn't catch it before because it was too quick then. But now, as Balthazar's kind of pumping some healing into it constantly, you can definitely see that there is movement to this amorphous kind of blob that doesn't rest on the skin. It's almost as if it's part of the skin, or even underneath.
Hmm. That. Nero, can you bring the knife close to it but not quite touch the skin?
Mhm. And pose the knife just a smidge above the skin where the mark is.
Does it react to a possible threat?
You watch as part of the blob parts, and just beneath the knife there is just bare kind of pallid skin of the boy.
Oh. Huh. We might have to rethink what we're doing here, if it has an intelligence. Is that just a ghost, though, or is that the item itself?
If you slow both the possible object and the child, maybe it will affect the mark itself.
Yes. Sure. I will do that. Let's see if I can finagle this on the mark. And if I can't, so I'm gonna try to cast slow on the mark.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's a part of the boy, then he's affected. If it's not, then the mark is affected.
Okay. You kind of hand on the back. Begin to cast slow. You feel the heartbeat of the boy.
Well, shit.
And I guess, is the mark slow to react as well? Or is it still moving at full speed?
You've noticed that the mark has slowed.
Okay. Alright, well. Do we still wish to do this? This is an interesting development.
I am not sure anymore. If it was simply an item placed inside him, it would be, I wouldn't say easy, but it would be less complicated. Now seeing that it's something that's moving within him, it does complicate it a lot.
Yes, and
I wonder if we make an incision. Could I use my magic to push it away from me, my healing, towards the incision and potentially out of the body?
Or at least able for someone like me to grab it.
yes, that would
If-
be better than
If it can be grabbed.
true. It would be better than just cutting deep and looking to find something. If we can hurt it. The more
Might
I
want
think
to
about
have
this-
something we can put it in, maybe with a lid.
Pulls out an alchemy jar.
That
Quark.
works.
Yeah,
I'm
that.
not as concerned. If it's really a disease, I don't care. But if it's a super powerful curse, I
Do you care?
am a little bit worried.
Okay, well. Let's try this. And with still concentrating on slow, Siren's gonna take the alchemy jar with the cork. I guess position the boy so he's sitting and Balthazar can heal from the front, and Nero's gonna make an incision on the back.
Okay,
Thou
then.
is gonna help keep the boy in a steady position.
Neril, make a dexterity check.
With advantage because of so many people helping in their own way.
I will say sure, with advantage.
So not to save, just to check.
Yeah, dexterity check. 16.
Damn it. 16.
Still good.
Okay. Just about managed to beat DC for this.
Yes.
DC is 16.
Meter beat.
Ooh.
You slowly begin to take an incision in the back. The blood begins pouring, but the
Slowly.
healing hands of Balthazar gradually keep the wound from sealing and kind of. It's almost as if the blood is being pulled back into the body.
Oh, good. Don't have to constantly wipe it away to see.
Okay. That's 21. Okay. And you now have an incision in the back. You can see red, kind of reddened spinal cord of Aldrin here. Make a perception check.
Nothing latched onto it or anything.
Make a perception check.
Perception.
I'll be looking too because I'm right there.
So can I do it with advantage?
Sure.
That page stopped being jumpy. 22.
As you kind of make a couple more incisions to sort of widen the gap, kind of peeling it back, can see the layer of muscle here on the boy's back, and there is a slight shift of black. Something seems to recede.
There you are.
What's
Alright,
what's
so
the next
is-
one? You've
So
gone
is
through this.
Balthazar going like? So he was going to try to herd or corral the black towards the.
Yes.
Okay.
So I
Make-
could spend a point and try and push it from the front.
Okay. So go ahead and lay on hands there.
Alright. I'll spend one of my points on him.
And I will say also make a medicine check, because this is less kind of dumping something into the body, more kind of more trying to finagle the light, the healing light into a certain position to kind of herd it. Okay, that
It's
fails.
not a natural one.
To be fair, what we're doing is highly unorthodox.
And highly
Hmm.
risky. Okay, so that fails. That does not reduce the DC. Okay.
So with Siren slowing the boy / infection, whatever the fuck this is, down, does that make it easier for Nero to grab, or like? I'm just trying to, because it's also helping the boy
It's-
not bleed out.
It's receded into the back now. It's no longer there. You saw it disappear beneath the muscle layer.
Interesting.
Would you like to go
So
deeper?
is. We are not the people to do this. I mean, it's like we all noticed, like we all saw that happen, did we?
I think we saw that.
Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
these are the times I seriously miss Arngrim and his goddamn fucking guidance.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. Fucking fact. I think
Maybe if we have Balthazar give one big magical oomph, it would force the thing back up to the other end.
I mean, it could work. The worst that would happen is the boy is healed.
Or I had to fuck with my headset for a second. Last thing I heard was force to the other end.
Yeah, I just said like the worst thing that can happen is the boy gets healed.
And the best that what happened is it drives the infection to the other end within grabbing distance or
Or
into
something distance. Yeah.
within something distance. However we plan to remove this thing.
Am I healing it? For him?
Yeah, like dump something. I don't know. Like do another remove disease.
Okay, I only would have one of those. That would be the last one I could do. Just so you know.
But how many hit points would you have, or how many hit points would you have left in your pool?
4.
4? Okay.
Need 5 to do it. I'm currently at 9.
Zell said she had an idea.
I do have a potion of greater healing on me, which I've kind of forgotten.
That might be
That
too
could
much.
work. Oh, well, true. That would probably close the... Well, as long as we keep...
Now if I put my little hand in the hole.
Or just at least keep the blade in the hole.
That too.
So what's the plan?
I think... Well, wait, Nero also has... Like, Nero's also given out a lot of just standard healing potions. We can try one of those. Instead
Yeah.
of waiting a greater.
Okay.
So yeah, so let's put a potion, just a normal potion of healing in his mouth.
Okay.
Make him swallow.
You kind of tip up the boy's jaw. You kind of pour it down his throat, and he watches the wound on his back begins to seal up.
Even though
Tongs?
there's a dagger blade.
It does seal around the tongs, or sorry, rather the dagger blade. And you now have a dagger stuck in his back.
I mean, he had one before. Anything with the blackness?
The blackness itself, can't see anything from the outside here.
Well, quickly cut him back open.
Right.
Though I guess
Medicine.
we probably could have just, as it was slowly starting to heal, just keep cutting, so it doesn't. But still, too late for that now.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to go further than the muscle layer this time?
Cut open to see what happened to the black. Like if it, I'm guessing by that it did not come above the muscle layer.
It didn't seem to come above the muscle layer when you poured the healing down its throat. No. Down Aldrin's throat, rather.
Well, all right. Let's. We're already this far in. And we have a bunch to prevent him from going further. So, yeah, let's continue.
Okay. Make another dexterity check with advantage, Nero.
Cutting deeper.
Yes.
17.
17. You beat the DC by 1. Okay. So you have to do a little bit of delicate sawing as you kind of cut through the muscle layer this time. you expose bone.
Hmm.
You see flesh and sinew. The blood begins pouring, but is quickly sucked back up by Balthazar's lay on hands. You gradually start kind of peeking through. Make a perception check.
I assume Simon's helping again.
Yes.
15?
15. You don't quite see anything. It's difficult. It's like that time when you were digging through the innards of the flesh golem. It's difficult to see anything from this end, as you're having to kind of pull through different layers of flesh and sinew. And the boy's about as big as I would say almost twice your height, and even then the torso itself is about as big as you are.
Refrain from jumping in and digging the...
Yes, please.
Good God, that would be morbid.
Pretty sure that'd kill him.
Probably. This is bad on so many levels.
Yep.
You know, I'm good. If it'll, I'm already at advantage, it won't help me anymore. I was gonna say, I could cast light on the knife, so it shines as I'm digging around.
Potentially, yeah, you could.
I'm gonna do it.
Cast darkness. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so you cast light on the blade, and the blade itself begins to shine this kind of bright white light.
Okay then.
Kind of stick it back in. Try to push away some of the sinew and the flesh. I'll make another dexterity check with advantage.
23.
23. You do manage to push what looks like you're kind of going through, and then you notice black encrusted lungs, and it seems the black itself seems to shift and warble. And then you notice something familiar, glowing red. It's kind of this warm kind of sapphire red that's being pulled from somewhere by this. You're not sure what it is.
Was that a soul stone? Soul gem? Yeah.
Make a medicine check.
A medicine check. Just straight up.
Yeah, it's a low DC. Make a medicine check.
Low DC. Of medicine. What is it? There you are. Can I use advantage? No, I can't. I already rolled. Inspiration.
I mean, it's a familiar liquid, but you're not sure what it is. It's being pulled from somewhere, then it kind of vanishes into the mass of this strange fog almost, and it dissipates.
Oh, I was gonna say, since Siren is right there by, could she have tried to get a look at this weird, whatever the hell this was?
Sure. Make a perception check, and if that succeeds, make a medicine check with advantage, as Nero is also helping. Well, roll again, because Nero is helping.
It's very kind of you. but yeah. I
You just
only got 3 perception.
you just see flesh and sinew and all sorts of innards.
You said
It
looked
does.
familiar, right?
It did look familiar.
Does anyone here remember ever seeing a weird red liquid in our adventures? History with possible advantage, seeing as she's actively asking everybody.
Red liquid. What did it look like?
And I'll describe it because
It wasn't dark red. It was more sapphire red.
So a bright, vibrant red,
Yes, a bright, vibrant red.
like almost ruby-esque.
Ruby-esque, yes.
Okay. Isn't that what was the liquid for the soul stones before they were actually stones?
Okay, everyone to make a medicine check real quick.
just
Uh,
straight up.
Yeah, everyone make a medicine check besides Siren and Nero.
Oh, well,
Besides,
ignore this then. So.
ouch, mouth.
Balthazar, this seems to be aptly describing the liquid found in a healing potion.
You know, that does seem a lot like a potion, doesn't it?
It does.
These things suck away the healing, perhaps?
Hmm.
That would do it. But I really have to do this, but I have to go.
It's all good, man.
Alright. Such a tense moment as well.
Cliffhanger or whatever.
And that's why it's called cliffhanger.
This is literally a fucking cliffhanger.
Yeah.
We'll go for a few more moments before we kind of leave off on a narrative note.
Okay, but like I said, I have to go.
Okay.
No problem.
Bye.
Yeah.
I'll be in.
We'll fill you in on what happened.
I was gonna say, while I can, I'm going to at least listen in.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I have to stop playing.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
See ya. Okay. So what's the plan?
So, a liquid
Line
that
is
looks like a
formulated
healing
plan.
potion. A liquid that looks like the healing potion is being
being-
sucked into something.
Into this black mist that seems to be also encrusting the lungs, and the liquid is then being vaporized.
So it looks like it counteracts any healing.
The healer.
And so, from what we have seen, it doesn't appear that there's any object or anything embedded. Sao Yun, with however long her detect magic lasts, probably not long
10
enough.
minutes.
Yeah, doesn't.
Yeah, it's faded by now.
Okay. Okay. Da-da-da-dum. Well,
Make a
Short-
perception check if you're looking for any kind of object within.
yep. Let's try to get this to roll better. I've been rolling like shit all night. Nope.
So you can't see
Ah,
through all the
goddamn it.
flesh and sinew.
I've fucking seriously been rolling like shit all night. Well, she is. Wait, oh, I accidentally just pressed something. So that Siren is just gonna like, I can't see anything through all this. Through
Crovin-
all this.
Crovin kind of leans over your shoulder. He's also going to attempt to look.
If if any of our other people that are very astute at perception.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm not
thinking
astute,
I
but
could.
fuck, I can try.
South takes a deep breath before sort of leaning over to spy in on the happenings. Nope.
I'll give one more roll for Kane, rather.
Please.
Good boy.
Hey, Balthazar.
Boy. Yeah. What does my special eye see?
Everyone's gathered around this around the back here. Did you roll perception?
I haven't.
Okay,
I
roll
can.
perception.
Okay.
Roll with double digits, please.
Double digit. I'm gonna just kind of look at it. Maybe if you just move this bit of muscle out of way.
No.
No. No. Oh, that's just the bone.
You all needed to beat a 16 for that.
Well, it happens.
Apparently the dice gods hates us.
Yeah, like you can't.
They just
can't
want
help
this
it.
kid to die. It's like, no.
Oh, sorry.
Should have gotten that other noble.
You are quite bound.
What was the name of that other noble?
What, Alston?
Yeah.
Yeah, the evil guy.
Wasted all of our 20s on card games. We did not waste them. Those were an investment. This way, when we go to jail for murdering the son of the local lord, we'll be friends.
Alright. So, with, seeing nothing, it's like, I can't see or find anything. Neril! Since you're still here,
Yeah?
what can your tiny little eyes see?
Oh. She kind of leans down with a knife and begins to kind of peer in. The perception.
Nope. Yep.
I don't
See,
see. I
this
don't see anything but blood and sinew.
This is the most frustrating bullshit. Okay.
Can I attempt?
Oh my god, he comes out from the other room. What you need is a hammer.
Well, technically, I
Just
am
take
helping
the
with
devil
school.
out of
I
it.
don't know if I'm allowed to or not. I was just saying that for.
Everyone continues gathering
Please
around.
help us.
I'm over.
That would be Grunker.
That's true.
Oh
Grunk
my
is literally
God. I mean, he has
up
training.
above in the
He's
rafters.
been training in
looking
medicine.
down.
This is the only page he's been reading.
Grunker kind of swings for a moment, sees down, wakes up just in time to kind of hear something odd. He watches his ears kind of swivel to one side, and he turns around, kind of hops down, thump, onto the wooden floor. You guys don't hear anything at first, but then there seems to be this resounding chittering screech as something seems to lurch out of his back and kind of blast you all back in this black this black fog that seems to catch you all off guard. I need you all to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh no.
Dios mío.
Oh.
Fucking Jesus. Of course, why wouldn't I fucking roll like shit on the save? Fuck it.
Well.
Hey, the one time.
Okay.
What the fuck is
Warg.
Those good old orcish reflexes.
Okay. Balthazar and Siren, you both take 7 force damage and 7 necrotic damage, as something akin to what just appears to be this venom symbiote-like creature, kind of shrouded in mist, just pushes all of you back and knocks you all prone. Siren and Balthazar take the damage, and it then kind of quickly recedes back into its chest. I need to roll for Neril and Grunker. 1 second.
Roll for initiative.
Big fucking oof.
We thought this
Drunker.
was just a fucking disease. Nah, shit. This is fucking venom.
6.
Yeah, that's-
Grunker saves, and Neril fails. So Neril takes takes 14 damage. Okay, there we go. So this kind of slimy ooze-like creature seems to recede back into the boy's chest, and the wound just seals itself up. You watch black crisscrosses of this ooze-like substance seem to stitch the wound back together before the black mark then fades once again.
Is there like even a scar left?
There appears to be no scar.
Siren's gonna get up off the ground. Wow, that's it's disconcerting.
My instincts tell me this should not be so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Sao just looks from Balthazar to Siren, and then to Neril, and then Venom. This is bad. No
Yeah,
joke.
What the hell was that?
I honestly don't know.
Neither
I
do I.
guess that's what a magical curse is.
It seems more living than anything.
Magic has odd effects on things. You said you felt transmutation magic, yes?
Yes.
Perhaps the magic of the curse is transmuting the disease into what we saw.
I'd like everyone to make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Ah, even me.
Sure.
Sure, I'll take a
No
whack at it
idea.
with my 0.
I said it, I had no idea.
Vellum does, though.
Jesus
Sure
Christ.
does
Oh,
bullshit.
The blacksmith
I've been
fighter
doing-
knows more about this than fucking the artificer.
Well, you've been working with that erudite crystal and all the magic bullshit.
I haven't yet, that's the funny thing, but let's see what bullshit loops Jana has to jump through to make me realize this.
So back in your home city, you've certainly heard of something like this happening before. It was rumor, it was hearsay. Something about a curse that took root in one of the nobles. We heard rumors of a black ooze. We heard rumors of a certain type of magic. Transmutation, yes, but origins of another plane. Specifically, the Seven Hells.
Oh. This might be bad. I've heard them say the stories back home and a couple of things I've picked up. Whatever this is, it's it ain't from here. It's from the elves.
So, what you're saying is, whatever the handyman has got going on here is something he has pulled from another plane.
Yeah. I mean, most of what I know is stories and rumors, but that's what I know about this.
Oh,
It's
oh,
looking
wait.
pretty spot on.
Neril kind of pipes up. I think I know something about the Seven Hells. Wait, 1 second. She kind of rushes off to the other room. Yeah, she brings back the very large book that she's been carrying around around with her this entire time.
Yay, Proxy Nero to the rescue.
I think there's something in here about the Seven Hells. I had a brief read about it, but it's just so much in here. And she kind of holds it out to anyone who wants to take it.
Sure. Siren will take it.
Okay. Siren,
And
you take the book called, bring up here, Spheres of Glass, the complete guide to the spheres of influence cosmological model by Clara Tithnia.
I imagine it's a very dry read.
Come on, let me show this. Show it. What it? Come on. Come on. Don't. Hang on, Chrome's being weird. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. It's a very large handout. Reload the page. See if that works. Delete permission. Wait for that to set. Then show to players. There we go. So, Siren, as you open the book, you are greeted by a large double-page sprawl of what you see right here.
Oh wow, okay.
Well, shit.
The text is currently loading. There's a lot of text.
Janna, what the fuck? How much effort have you put into this shit?
All too much effort.
Yeah,
No,
damn.
yeah.
So how long have you been hating the fact that Nero has been keeping this to themselves?
Oh,
It's still loading.
Yep. Give it a moment.
Oh, it's so chunky.
The image alone is fucking fantastic.
Yeah, I'm gonna open that in a new tab.
So yeah, you've got the High Heavens. You've got Yzma. You've got the Spirit Grove, the Reflection of Fae, the Savage Fen. You've got the Realm of Insanity, the Seven Hells, the Black Clans, the Reflection of Shadow, the Eventide Vale, and all the realms in between. The Cosmic Ethereum, the Eternal Hunting Grounds, the Chittering Depths, Chaotic Dark, the Infernal Abyss, Twilight Mists.
I think this handout might be a bit too big. How long does it take to load?
Shouldn't take this long to load. Apologies.
I think the problem is you
That-
showed it to all players. So
That
it's
awkward
having to-
moment when the handout's just loading. ...
Yeah.
Epic troll.
Oof.
That'd be
Oh,
hilarious.
don't you do this to me.
That'd be amazing if that actually was. If we were
And
like, well played, Jenner. Well played.
I could just give this to you all separately, and instead of all players.
Plane of air, elemental plane of water, plane of earth. That's
Okay.
interesting. So, realm of insanity is through the elemental plane of earth. The heavens of air, Yzma of water. Fire, seven hells. That's interesting. So,
Why is this not loading? I worked so hard on this.
it's fine. We can give it like, you can give it time or something. It's all good.
Okay, so in the meantime, what's everyone doing?
Well, I guess we're going after Austin. But how are we going to talk? How are we going to explain that to Lord Talonwood? Like, how are we going to say that we were able to discern Lord Alston was involved? Can we say that something occurred during the surgery, or?
And
Now
It
that
is-
is a real brain tickler.
it is at that moment, as you will kind of recover from what's just happened, that that the door kind of bursts open. That Tannenwood kind of comes in with his entourage of guards. He says,
What happened? I heard something.
Well, we have good news and bad news.
Is he okay? Is he alive?
Yes,
He
quite.
is fine.
and he kind of rushes over to Aldrin.
Not a scratch on him. Though the potion that we used to send him to sleep is still in effect, so that should take some time. But, as I was saying, there's good news and bad news. The good news is we found out what was wrong with him.
What?
The bad news
What's wrong
is-
with him?
This would be the bad news. The curse and the disease have intermingled. And it seems that they have taken on some sort of malevolent intelligence.
What?
Yes.
It was enough to explode on us. The boy was fine.
Yes, he's, as I said, without a scratch, but this is something that we will have to investigate further, and I know this isn't what you want to hear right now, but perhaps, and she kind of motions for Alston to kind of follow her off to the side, away from his guards.
Alston?
Sorry,
Talonwood.
Talonwood. Yeah. Yeah, she motions for Talonwood to kind of follow her to the side and, like, motions for Balthazar to follow. And once they're out of hearing range of the guards, she is going to lean in. It's like, doing discovery of this, the entire practice, we were able to discern something about who might have caused this, and quite possibly some information on the Index Keeper.
What? What did you discover?
Starry kind of takes a deep breath and just kind of, with a very slow and moderate tone, it has come to our attention through means both magical and mundane that Lord Alston is someone who has knowledge about and the cause of this disease.
He is
I know.
He is a doctor of high esteem. What?
So he's a doctor, you say?
Are you? Yes, he. What?
And he kind of takes a moment to take this all in.
Has he looked after your son?
Yes, he has.
He done so alone? Without you?
Yes, because I put my trust in an old friend to look after my son.
It is perhaps those closest to us that could betray us most deeply.
And
I'm
you say
terribly sorry, my lord.
You say this
But-
disease has taken a mind of its own.
Mhm.
What does that mean?
Well,
It's
upon
like a sentient black ooze.
yes, it seeks to protect itself from outside threats. She kind of motions to what damage there is that would be visible on her, and Balthazar too, I guess.
There
Uh,
there is what looks like a couple of black marks across your raven's mantle, Siren and Balthazar. You can see a couple of spots of ooze, which just slowly undulating.
Oh, well, fuck that. Prestige, take that shit away. It's like,
Okay.
fuck that. Nope.
There is a very slight, only you can hear it, Balthazar. There is a very slight as it dissipates.
Oh, I do not like that.
Anyway. Yes, it has some sentience enough to protect itself, to lash out, to shy away from possible threats. This is something that, my lord, and I know this is hard for you to hear, but time and time again we find evidence pointing towards Lord Alston. He has the means, he has the opportunity, he has the reason. This is... You will have to face the fact that your friend is not truly your friend.
Make one more persuasion check.
Come on. Not what I've been rolling all night. Oh, I'll take that. 21.
I have mused on the evidence you have provided to me so far. The events seem to line up. Suppose I've been in denial.
It's understandable. This is not a truth anyone wishes to face.
I do appreciate that you've provided enough proof to begin a thorough investigation into Sir Loredano. Just not sure that it will be enough proof for the courts.
Understandable.
I am on board. But if I can trust you to find one final piece of evidence that leads to his conviction, then all will be forgiven. Will be rewarded. I'll be able to get on with my life.
You must understand that our means of procuring this evidence might itself not be legal.
Not legal how?
We've already had to trespass once before to free the children and find the information that's regarding your son's current condition. We may have to visit Lord Alston's estate. Most likely uninvited.
Stealthy investigators. If he knows we are coming and we are there, he will surely hide or tamper in the evidence, or seek us forcibly removed.
Quite possibly. I'm still holding out hope that he is innocent of these crimes, but with recent events I'm unsure. This leads to a conviction. Then any wrongdoing that might be brought up as a result of your breaking and entering into his home will be pardoned. You will have my full pardon. If not, well, we shall see.
There's also something that perhaps we should discuss. The
Make a perception check, Siren.
okay.
19.
Hey.
Kane appears to be listening in intently. You can see him off to the side, sort of, not quite looking in your direction, but seemingly taking this all in.
Well, luckily we've been speaking demon this whole time. No.
Smooth.
Smooth operator.
What are you saying? I don't understand.
Hark you flock.
Yeah,
So oh, fuck, what was that totally distracted me.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Let's see, demon sneaking in, possibly. As we intimated previously, when we first discussed what was going on within the warehouse, as we had said, there are quite a few of your guard under the employ of the handyman. As such, she kind of starts going to look back at the guards that he brought with him.
Mm-hmm.
Are they like we stepped away,
Yeah.
so we can talk privately.
They're just generally keeping watch in the entire room, kind of hands on the hilts of their swords, just ready,
Okay.
just in case. Since they did hear a large shrieking noise.
Yeah. Quick question: are they wearing full plate?
They are wearing full plate, yes. You can
Are
see.
their necks visible?
Make a perception check.
All right.
16. Slight bit of the neck is visible. You do not see any markings, any tattoos.
Okay. So, as I said, there are some of your guards that are currently under the employ of the handyman, and we happened to come across a couple that night when we were returning the children, just a little bit after you left. We had to deal with them, and it appears that the handyman has his own methods of not leaving much traces behind.
What do you mean?
If you would, she kind of like motions him a little bit away from where everyone else is.
He kind of
Particularly like, wait, no, the boy's still unconscious. No, that's
Yeah.
fine.
he's still unconscious.
Okay, so she just kind of like,
They all step back into a corral, and the guards kind of stand next to him, hands on their swords, just keeping an eye out.
so, this, well, I guess the best way to do this is just to show you. And Siren is going to reach into the bag of holding and pull out one of the guards.
He watches Craven kind of holds his breath for a moment.
And as she's doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and start to speak.
Now these guards, they sought to take us by force and would not listen to reason. It's also worth noting they bear the same mark, as you will see on the neck, as the men who worked underground. And if you compare it to this ring,
As he fishes around and grabs one of the handyman rings from his pocket.
you will see it is the same symbol that they wear. I have heard you may hear the same from the smith you interrogate. It is a mark meant to keep loyalty. If you disobey and give too much information, anything like that, it either causes you great pain, or it kills you, or punishes you in some way. He wasn't very specific because it might have triggered it. But they bear the same mark, all the same.
So, what is it you have to show me?
She, with the guard's body laid out, she
Oh, right,
tilts
sorry.
the head to this. Yeah, tilts the head to the side, lifts up the helmet some to just reveal the neck, where the handyman's mark is.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Oh, come on, Chrome. Work with me here.
I'm just gonna say that as of now.
Yep, I know.
Yeah,
We're
I
in
need to head off soon
doo-doo.
too.
This is quite damning.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Chrome's just being frustrating. with
It's okay, Lord. It's okay, Lord Talonwood. I understand.
Shit. Okay.
I myself am partial to the Fox of Fire.
That one handout that ruined everything.
No, I closed that shit.
It did not load for me, so I also closed it.
Too many people are loading at once.
Man, it's sad when there's ridiculous Steam sales on, but you still can't afford it. The saddest thing.
Right. As my... This is... If you're saying that Lord Austin is connected to all of this, then this puts a damning mark on his role as Minister of Security.
Wait, he's the Minister of... Wow. Man, he's just set up for everything, isn't he? Quite put your eggs all in one basket, did you not?
Well,
I do recall I did tell you last time we met.
That he was the Minister of Security? I don't remember that. That might have just been me, but... Did he? Okay.
And it's clear in this evidence that you've provided for me. It's he needs to be brought down. Justice must be served. The courts must be appeased. And if you can find a way to appease them, then all will be well.
All right. And I guess are we yeah, we could call it there? Okay, cool, yeah.
Yes. Sorry about that last part. Chrome was freezing up on me.
Are you good?
Okay. Oh great, it's still loading. Yeah, I'm gonna have to split this up into different parts.
Yeah,
It's
just
all good.
split into chapters.
like I said before, we just went from doing DIY surgery to Venom to deep doo-doo times 2.
Yeah, we're in some deep shit.
Just a little bit.
It's kind of gonna suck. We
Oh
now have
right,
that mark for
we'll
life.
just
Balthazar is
stop
trying so
by
hard
this
to avoid.
town for. We'll just stop by this town for a quick, a few days rest, so we can, get back on top of being fucking ambushed by a vampire, and
Now we're dealing with this the hells.
political intrigue, venom, virus, whatever the fuck this is.
Hey, it happens. Say the fucking B, man.
Who said adventuring would be easy?
Nobody. Literally nobody.
It's meant to be hard and suck. That's
Alright.
why it's worth so much.
Yep. Literally no. Okay, I do have to go also.
All right,
I'm gonna take care of
okay.
some stuff. But quick Skittles. This entire thing was great. I dig it a lot. It was fun. Couple things that I would probably suggest working on. First being, we need it cards is fun, cool, but sometimes you just have to deal with the fact that characters don't have to do things between down to it's okay to just be okay, y'all wait until night, and then so and so notices an approach of this. We could have cut out a whole lot and not just relied on
Yeah.
card game.
I tried to be oh well, it wasn't as fun with just 2 people. We should stop. Because I was trying to hint towards, let's not do this anymore. We should prepare.
Yeah, honestly, that was my fault because I may have been a little bit greedy because I came in late and I wanted to get a couple rounds in, but that is entirely on me and I apologize.
That's all good. I don't think it was you necessarily. It was just, no. I think we're just falling back a little too heavily on the card game, and I think that just speeding up, time, or just kind of jumping ahead is perfectly capable. It's perfectly something that you can do as a DM. Just be okay, y'all having to do anything? It's nope, cool, we'll skip ahead. Y'all, again, just literally, okay, y'all wait for nightfall, and then you just lead into the next section. Aside from that, again, great RP, a lot of suspense. Man, that fucking shit with the virus at the end where no one was rolling higher than a fucking 6 on the die. That was bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. It just, I don't know. It was an interesting skill challenge, I think, because that's basically what it was. This group of adventurers is doing open body surgery, exploratory surgery on this fucking noble's son. That was intense.
Mhm.
See, skip ahead, not rely on the card game so much. Yes, I think that's mostly it. It was awesome. I really dig. I've been trying to find a more updated version of that. Whatever, the glass spheres and stuff. So it's good to finally actually get that.
It's called
because I've been-
the spoked wheel cosmological model.
Okay, cool. I dig it.
That's a fucking mouthful. I'm just gonna call it the Magic Wheelie.
The magic wheelie.
Magic
Anyways.
Wheelie.
But I think that's it. Good game, great fun as always.
Yeah. Enjoyable.
Y'all guys.
Okay,
have
so
a good
before
one.
So before next session, I will just separate all of these little chapters out into separate folders in the lore folder.
It might just be too big for it to load at once.
Yeah.
Janitor.
I'm gonna go pass the fuck out. Thank you.
Okay.
Here's something. Here's something.
Oh,
that you could do.
I'll stop.
You could
I'll
put it
stop.
on a Google Doc and then just hyperlink it. Oh, and stop streaming
I mean,
again, it's
like having to go to another site just to access
no,
lore
I
within.
understand.
Right.
That's Destiny all over again.
I'm just gonna stop recording and
Ugh.
stop streaming as well.